Chapter 932. A Yuaniing trembled in fear. You mean, this person, this immortal is still alive? There's still a chance of him reappearing? In the next epoch? Dragon Broker let out a long breath. I didn't say that. The possibility isn't high. Because all the gods and Buddhas are watching, so there's no way he could fake his death. But we have to consider this worst-case scenario. This is the survival of a sect. So, if a mere 500 kilograms of Xingyang Geng essence can ease the tension between us to a certain extent, why not do it? Do the three pure ones lack this much essence? The three pure ones suddenly realized that he was right. If the worst-case scenario really did happen, what use would it be even if it was 10,000 kilograms or 100,000 kilograms? The relationship in the cultivation world was based on a steady flow of water in normal times, not a last-minute effort at the last minute. Dragon Broker calmed down. Actually, you don't have to worry too much. According to the sect's judgment, even if the worst-case scenario happens, it will definitely happen after the epoch changes. Before that, with all the gods and Buddhas watching, no one will be able to do anything. But the collapse of the Great Tao is a fact, and the trend is obvious. The fifth ring has always made a living by plundering in the universe. We've made countless enemies over the past 10,000 years. There are plenty of people who want to take revenge. Usually, it's hard for the cultivation world of the universe to gather in one place, but if the Great Tao collapses, many impossibilities will become possible. Under such circumstances, the internal strife of the fifth ring has to stop, because our enemies are outside. This is the overall situation. Recently, the entire fifth ring's upper echelons have been discussing this matter, and they'll soon come up with a rule to restrict the behavior of the people in the domain. You have to be mentally prepared. As for this essence, it's just a show of sincerity in advance. Understood. Everyone nodded. That's right, it's not suitable for internal strife now. The people of the fifth ring were very powerful in this aspect. They could switch their battle mode anytime, anywhere. When there was an external threat, there would never be internal strife, because an external war meant another banquet of plundering. This was a huge trap. Whenever outsiders felt that the fifth ring was having internal strife and wanted to take advantage of the chaos, they would often fall into this trap and be unable to extricate themselves. For tens of thousands of years, they had cheated countless people. This time, who knew who they would cheat this time? Azure Sky, Land of Exile, Outer Space Crack. Since the large-scale invasion 200 years ago, under the leadership of Heaven-defying sect, Blood River sect, and GU Alliance, the cultivators of the Land of Exile strengthened their control of the crack. That mistake allowed dozens of foreign cultivators to sneak into the Land of Exile and stir up trouble. Later, with the help of the main sect Shenyuan, they were captured and killed one by one. Although the foreign cultivators were strong, they were still unable to withstand a single blow from the Shenyuan swordsman. Now, the poison stream had been purged long ago, and the past events had turned into smoke. However, the lessons left behind were still fresh in the minds of the exiled natives, and they did not dare to slack off. On this day, a few Jindan patrolling around the crack found 3 people outside the crack. 2 men and 1 woman, sneakily sticking their heads out and looking around. A cultivator who had just joined the patrol was about to step forward and interrogate him when he was pulled back by his companion. Don't be rash. Don't you see that they are carrying sword sheaths? The reckless cultivator bitterly smiled. I'm sorry. I didn't notice. Shenyuan swordsmen had a very high status in the Land of Exile. Firstly, it was because of their strength, and secondly, they had no desires for the Land of Exile. After tens of thousands of years, the exiled natives had long regarded them as reliable protectors. Shenyuan swordsmen also lived up to their status, and had never disappointed anyone. They probably came here because they were curious about the crack, right? After all, it was one of the rare things in the Land of Exile that did not exist in the main world. They said that it's here. It's just a rough location. The crack changes slightly every 3 years, and greatly every 10 years. Now that 200 years have passed, I'm afraid that the inside has changed beyond recognition. The female cultivator Jindan was at the initial stage. She exuded a heroic aura, and was the only one among the 3 who did not carry a sword sheath. Of the two male cultivators, one glanced at her coldly, and did not say a word. The other was talkative. Junior sister Xiao Ya. You can't come out after entering this place, right? If it were me, I wouldn't go in. Why bother? Master Lu was also careless. This is not something that can be dealt with a sword. The cold swordsman glanced at him. So you can only be a passerby of the cultivation world, and not the main character. Senior brother has been in there for 200 years, and isn't he still fine? His soul lamp is getting stronger and stronger. Is that something that can be done by staying in the crack all the time? He has already gone out. I'm a swordsman, and my fate is in my own hands, not in the hands of the heavens. The ice guest retorted, I'm not afraid, I'm just a little bad with directions. I can't even fly in the sea, not to mention the crack in space. But if I was there at that time, I definitely wouldn't have let Master Lu go in alone. I would have followed him. Li Peinan sneered. Don't. Luckily you weren't there at that time. If you really went in with him, I'm afraid that both your soul lamps would have been extinguished. The ice guest was not convinced. Senior brother, don't you think that's a little too much? I'm not the boy of misfortune, I'm not that unlucky. Li Peinan was not polite at all. You may not be unlucky, but the people with you are unlucky. I have such a tough life, and in these 200 years, how many times have I almost died? But you didn't even lose a single hair. Wait, junior sister, step back. Li Peinan moved quickly, pulling Huang Xiaoya's body that was too close to him, and retreated until they were more than 10 miles away. The ice guest beside him also followed with a blank face. Huang Xiaoya was a little confused. Senior brother Li, why is that? Is there any danger? If something really jumped out from the crack, we should be able to feel it in advance, right? Li Peinan acted like a veteran. I also don't know what kind of danger might happen, but it's always good to stay away from the crack. Junior sister, you don't know, the crack itself is fine, but if this guy is standing beside you, then there must be a problem. Before he finished speaking, the crack layer suddenly stretched and shrank strangely, like a pendulum, stretching out a few miles, and then shrank back immediately. The shrinkage covered the area, including the place where the three of them were standing just now. This was a small eruption caused by the imbalance of energy inside the crack. If the three of them were still standing there, they would have been sucked into the crack by now. Huang Xiaoya was a little surprised and doubtful. Senior brother Li, I remember that this is your first time to be exiled to the crack, right? Why are you more familiar with it than I, who have been here many times? Li Peinan was proud. This is my first time here. I'm not familiar with the crack, but I'm familiar with this unlucky ice guest. When you're with him, if you don't be more careful, even 10 lives won't be enough. Junior sister, how do you think I survived for more than 200 years? It's a bloody history. Chapter 933. P.S. Looking for a guaranteed monthly ticket. Huang Xiaoya brought along the vigilant Li Peinan and the resentful Bing Ku to travel and gain experience in the land of exile. Other than the crack in the sky, there was also the dragon boat competition. These were all tracks that Lu Xiaoyi had walked on before. She had formed her Aurus core. Just a few decades ago. She just didn't know if she should call that guy senior brother or martial uncle. After forming the Jin Dan, her horizons were broadened. She had a deeper understanding of the letter that guy left behind. She knew that now was not the time to take it out. She was very sure. The cultivation world changed very quickly. It was so fast that what that guy thought was a big deal might not be so important now. Although she was in the blue sky realm, she was still very well informed. The judgment of the fifth ring was immediately sent back to her hometown, the blue sky realm. Therefore, the entire realm was in a state of high alert. Relatively speaking, there were very few disputes in the realm. Just like the fifth ring, this place quickly adjusted its strategy. In a sense, the blue sky realm was the master of the fifth ring. The change was effortless. The three of them still had no plans to go to the fifth ring. This was also the reason why they could finally get together. There were too few promising cultivators who were willing to stay in the blue sky realm. This was a very small circle. If that guy was included, they would be a special circle. Protect the blue sky. This was the meaning of their existence. This time, the meditation lasted for 100 years. It was the longest period of meditation in Lu Xiaoyi's life. To him, it was a record, but in fact, for cultivators in the Jindan realm, it was normal. Which Jindan cultivator had not gone into seclusion like this? Not to mention 100 years, even 200 or 300 years were not uncommon. Not everyone fooled around outside as frequently as he did in the past. Of course, other people's seclusion was like guarding a cave. They would not give up until they reached their goal. He, on the other hand, was guarding an entire continent. This was already not easy for him. In the 100 years, a lot of exciting news came. Miss Yin Yarin was the first to break through to the next realm. Lu Xiaoyi was lucky enough to play the role of being abandoned. It was worth it. Then came senior sister Ka Wa. Everything was plain, simple, and logical. Lu Xiaoyi didn't find anything special about this senior sister during his interactions with her. The only thing that left a deep impression on him was her sense of responsibility, whether it was toward her sect or toward her friend. But such cultivators should be the mainstream of successful cultivators, right? Those who are good at fighting have no illustrious achievements, and those who are good at cultivation have no great fame. Xia Bingji was the third. As expected, her rationality and calmness allowed her to keep everything under control. Everything had a plan. Perhaps she lacked some brilliance, but she had always been on the right path. What made Lu Xiaoyi a little jealous was that the two female cultivators of the Yellow Court succeeded after abandoning him. One was abandonment in reality, and the other was abandonment in spirit. This made him unconsciously feel resentful. Without his help to adjust her yin and yang, could Miss Xia have safely passed this stage? Next was Qing Xian. Lu Xiaoyi was not surprised. In terms of breaking through to the next realm, no one dared to claim to be the first among the orthodox Daoist disciples. Especially the orthodox of the orthodox, the oldest and most ancient Daoist three pristines. For this reason, he sent a sincere congratulatory message, and at the same time, pushed the responsibility of being a spy on Zhu Xian without any psychological pressure. If one's ability was strong, one should have more responsibilities. What's wrong with that? Hairlip was the last. There was nothing much to say. As the core of a big sect, success was expected. If not, it would be a surprise. Ascending from the core formation stage to the nascent soul stage was a huge hurdle. No matter which sector or universe one was in, the odds of success were extremely low. Not even 1 out of 10, but these friends of his saw the difficult road as a smooth road. It was not that the probability had changed, but that they were originally the cream of the crop. Needless to say, Qing Xian's hairlip was the leader of the thousands of Jindan in each sect. To be able to sit in this position was harder than forming a nascent soul, so their success was not strange at all. Not even 1 out of 10 referred to those huge ordinary cultivators as the denominator. The 3 Kuan cultivators were the same. They were all outstanding talents, and with a little bit of luck, my luck was all rubbed off on me. Lu Xiaoyi thought fiercely. In his understanding, there were a few others who had rubbed off on his luck. In the Yaoying swordsman group, there were Che Xie, Tsong Rong, Zhu Fan, and 2 other swordsmen. This caused the strength of the Yaoying sword palace to swell. Including Taoist Master Maro, there were a total of 6 Yuanying. Among the 3,000 side sects in Zhuxian, they were firmly in the middle. If there were another 1 or 2 perfected sovereigns, it was not strange. He had close to 200 Jindan under him. After the battle in the upper forest, there were many individual swordsmen who came to join him. He did not reject them. Out of the 200 Jindan, only 5 Yuanying was out of them. It was really not a lot. There would be more in the future. That was what he thought. Among the 9 sword vein, the Yaoying sword palace was faintly showing signs of strength. Behind the chessboard of heaven and earth, the other 8 sword vein were licking their wounds and lying dormant. However, the new Yaoying sword vein continued to maintain a high profile. Furthermore, it was invincible, and perfectly aligned with the true meaning of swordsman. Men walked to the bottom, and water flowed to the top. Lu Xiaoyi had chosen the right direction, and in this era, there would be a gathering of heroes. More importantly, with the collapse of the Great Tao, the future cultivation world would be in chaos. The only ones who would be able to survive were those with power. In this turbulent era, there was a limit to what an individual could do. This was also the reason why large numbers of individual cultivators had begun to seek out their masters. Once the pole was unveiled, all would follow. At the right time, at the right place, with the right strategy, and in the right environment, it was like the poor people who had been driven mad by excessive taxes. When someone raised their arms and called for help, the general trend was there. Even the other sword-vein disciples were filled with yearning. This was because they had heard that once they entered the new Yaoying sword vein, they would be able to learn the sword inheritance of This sort of temptation was irresistible. Their rise was also unstoppable. The only problem was that the god in everyone's hearts, was still awkwardly pausing at the Jindan. This left everyone speechless. As a god, shouldn't reaching the upper realm be as easy as drinking cold water? This baby's heart was bitter, but he couldn't tell anyone else. Actually, he didn't have much to complain about. This was because it wasn't as if he hadn't gained anything in the past 100 years. Currently, his cultivation had reached the peak of the Jindan. In terms of hardware, he had met the requirements to break through to the next realm, but in terms of mental state, it was hard to say. In theory, after Jindan's cultivation reached the peak, it would still take hundreds of years to settle down, feel, remove the impurities, and then search for its own destiny. Looking at this process, compared to the genius cultivators who were about the same age as him, such as Hairlip, Qing Xian, Xia Bingji, and the others, he was about 200 years later. This was the extreme imbalance between cultivation and technique. Chapter 934. P.S. Looking for a guaranteed monthly ticket. Lu Xiaoyi was embarrassed, but the new Yuanying swordsmen were not. They still called him Sword Master because they still could not defeat him. The more embarrassing it was, the more ruthless it would be. Until now, the new Yuanying were not willing to fight with him. Originally, they were happy to fight with him, but now, they could not wait to avoid him. However, Lu Xiaoyi knew that this was only temporary. If he could not reach the upper realm, his future would never be as vast as these swordsmen's. This was a fact. The Yuanying were sent to the void of the universe under Tao Master Mao's lead. This was a path that they had to take. Originally, he wanted to lead them himself, but now, he did not have the ability to leave the universe. It was good to struggle on his own. There would be a day when he could leave earlier than later because the order of the universe would become more and more chaotic. In the past 100 years, not only had he reached the peak of Jindan in terms of cultivation, he had also reached the peak in terms of swordsmanship. After 100 years of polishing, his swordsmanship had become sharper and more restrained. In the past, his swordsmanship would change the color of the sky, but now, it was quiet and ordinary. It was because of this ordinary swordsmanship that he beat up the Yuanying swordsmen until they were crying for their parent. In terms of swordsmanship, he had already taken a crucial step in the path of simplicity. In the past 100 years, he would spend a few hours every day in his little world to observe how the Tai-Pu core meteorite formed a world. This was also a process that involved many changes in the Tao. Not only the 5 elements, but also yin, yang, time, space, creation, lightning, primal chaos, origin, Tai Yi, Tai Chu, Tai Shu, Tai Su, and Tai Chi. This was actually the process of forming a small universe that did not involve any living beings. Unlike when he was in a hurry in the Grand Plane realm, where many things were fleeting and changed too quickly, and he was unable to recall them one by one. Here, he could do as he wished, and he would not let go of any details that interested him. This was because he had plenty of time. This was a process of fully understanding the nature of the universe. Compared to his realm, it was a little early, but it still benefited him a lot. In this process, the Tai-Pu ancient spirit was also growing together with him. Observe this world together. From the original master and servant relationship to the current inseparable relationship, the ancient spirit had been urging him, hoping that it could completely integrate into him during the process of forming a nascent soul. Only then would it be able to obtain eternal life in another form. However, Lu Xiaoyi wasn't sure if he already had the conditions to break through. Under normal circumstances, after cultivators reached the peak of Jindan, they would have at least 100 years to settle down. Take Qing Xian, Rabbit Lips Yin Ya, Ka Wo, Xia Bingji for example. When he met them, they were basically at the late or even peak of Jindan. It was normal for them to settle down for 100 years before they started to break into the upper realm. Did he have to use a normal rhythm to demand himself? Somehow, he had a feeling that other people would settle down after reaching the peak of their cultivation, but he would settle down from the beginning to the end. Ever since he had formed the Jindan, he had been tempering his state of mind. Through the way of swordsmanship, through the way of battle, through the way of events, he was completely certain that what others had experienced during the Jindan period was far from what he had experienced. In the 400 years since he had formed his gold core, he had almost never been idle. It was almost as if he had been causing trouble along the way. In that case, did he still need to experience, battle, experience, and settle down like others? It was just a different method. Normal people would settle down at the end, but he had been doing it all along. This was his thought. He still hadn't completely strengthened his confidence. He needed to think carefully. In the process of thinking, he could also go out and relax. He definitely couldn't find those friends who had already formed their nascent souls to relax. There was no way to relax. If he didn't fight, he would feel awkward. If he fought, they would feel awkward. He might as well not meet them. There was another person who was in the same predicament as him. After 200 years, he had achieved nothing and struggled bitterly. Yes, this person could be met. At least he could be comforted psychologically. I'm not the only one who is incompetent, there's someone who is inferior to me. Qingwei Continent, Qingwei Mountain. Qingwei Qi floated like an immortal. Among the 9 great sacred mountains of the Juxian Upper Realm, Qingwei Mountain was undoubtedly the most immortal. It wasn't without reason that they boasted themselves as the #1 Daoist mountain, soaring through the long rainbow, soaring straight to the towering rock gate of the Han dynasty. Pine and cypress hung on the precipice, turtle and kuan hid in the bottomless abyss. The rain shrouded the green phoenix, adding drops of jade, and the red clouds swayed in the pond. On this day, a cultivator from the outer land came to Zhuyu Hall outside Qingwei Mountain. He was clean, confident, and at ease. The first impression he gave was that he was clean and neat, without a speck of dust on his body, and without a single ornament. In Qingwei Immortal Sect, receiving cultivators from the outer land was a very common daily affair. There were disciples from the outer land who came to make friends, disciples from other branches who came to seek knowledge, and those who recommended their strength to enter the sect. There were all kinds of people. Every day, the cultivator on duty at Zhuyu Hall would receive hundreds of such visitors, but their attitude was always warm and genial. This was the temperament of a visitor, and it was something that the nouveau riche could never compare to. The young cultivator walked into the main hall and faced Daoist Qing Wei's reception. He spoke as if he was familiar with him. "I'm looking for a slug. This fellow owes me a gambling debt and refuses to come out of the sect. Is there such a logic in this world?" The reception Daoist was startled and immediately reacted. Slug was not a very formal title. In fact, it was a joking title given by the Jindan group to several outstanding Jindan figures in the cultivation world, such as Rabbit Cracklip, Big and Small Eyes, One Ear, Morning Clothes, and so on. For example, Slug had such a nickname because he had cultivated a magical snorting breath, which was how he got his name. This title was already a little outdated because among the famous faces, some had died, and some had reached the upper realm. They had gradually become quasi-historical figures. The reception Daoist was very experienced. Hearing his words, it was more likely that he was an old friend, so he did not take it seriously. "Fellow Daoist, you are? Carefree One Ear." That cultivator laughed. Among the faces, only these two were still at the Jindan level and had not reached the upper realm. Did they come here to drink and complain about their misery? So it's Senior Marshal Brother Shan. You're an honored guest, so I should personally lead the way. The two of them flew into the sect, one in front and one behind. Lu Xiaoyi spoke. "That fellow hasn't reached the nascent soul stage, right? Otherwise, I wouldn't have looked for him. I'm too lazy to listen to his self-praising nonsense. The cultivator laughed. Not yet, not yet. The two of you are just right. However, senior brother Slug has been in a bad mood recently. He's a little irritable and often beats and scolds. We don't dare to get close to him. Lu Xiaoyi smiled. I'm also in a bad mood. Let's fight first to dampen his irritation, that cultivator sighed in his heart. For cultivators, especially cultivators of their status, it would be strange if they were in a good mood when they saw that the cultivators who used to be shoulder to shoulder with them had improved while they stayed where they were. Cultivation was cruel. It did not care whether you were famous or not. Chapter 935. P.S. Looking for a guaranteed monthly ticket. In front of a cave, the cultivator who led the way pointed at it from afar and then left. This was a solitary cave, which was in line with Slug's position in Jindan. Of course, it was more in line with his current state of mind. He wasn't hiding in a cave, but was circulating his energy in the formation in front of the cave with his hair disheveled. His disheveled hair didn't indicate how bad his current state was. When cultivators were fully focused on circulating their inner secrets, they would often experience this kind of physiological imbalance, either growing too quickly or too slowly. Because he was fully focused on cultivation and didn't have time to take care of himself, he appeared to be in a sorry state, but it wasn't a problem. Feeling that someone had intruded into the cave formation, Slug's ferocious gaze landed on him. His fellow apprentices all knew of his current situation, so no one would come to disturb him. The words of his elders were like a letter, so they definitely wouldn't come. This was, Lu Xiaoyi saw his ghastly appearance and laughed heartily. Slug, the heavenly Tao favors decent people. With your conduct, you won't be able to pass the test of your appearance. Don't waste your energy, go back to the furnace and rebuild. Slug's ferocious gaze immediately vanished after seeing this person. He hated his former friends the most when they came to visit him. Hairlip came once, but he didn't even see him before he was chased away. Among all the friends he valued, this was the only one. Yes, he couldn't beat him, but he had something in common. If I go back to the furnace and rebuild, you won't be much stronger than me. Slug decisively stopped his cultivation and took out a wine pot. These days had been tough, and he didn't even have someone to talk to. The person in front of him was in the same situation as him. Big brother and second brother were both frustrated people. They didn't have much time left. He was already close to 700 years old, and this ear was over 600 years old. Jindan's lifespan was limited to 800 years. If there was a slight difference, it would be more difficult in the future. This wasn't a joke. The two of them sat opposite each other and drank, but they didn't mention the details of the Grand Realm. That was their own privacy and shouldn't be borrowed from others. They only talked about romance and cultivation anecdotes. Of course, the most popular topic was the collapse of the Great Tao. There's a fight outside. Over the past 200 years, the order of the universe's void has become more and more chaotic. My Juzian upper realm's restraint on the surrounding regions has also become weaker and weaker. The Mountain Gate has already set a rule that when a major cultivator goes out, he must travel with at least 2 people. I, Qingwei, am the same. You, Xiaoyao, have a similar rule. Slug said with melancholy. Lu Xiaoyi took a sip of wine. I'm still not strong enough. My subordinates aren't strong enough. It's just that I have an extra messenger. I like to walk alone. Whether I hit or stay, I do as I please. If there's someone beside me, are you going to care or not? The battle in the cultivation world is not a matter of how many people there are. Slug nodded. Elite Jindan players like them had long developed their own habits in battle. In fact, they were very unwilling to cooperate with others. How many Yuanying did your Yaoying Sword Palace produce? 5. That's normal, isn't it? I have almost 200 Jindan there now. Slug shook his head. It's not normal. The difference between those who come from the inner sect and those who come from the side sect is greater than you can imagine. It's not only in terms of resources, but also in terms of experience and insight. Also, of your so-called 200 Jindan players, how many of them are at the peak of Jindan? How many of them have experienced the accumulation of time? The last time I saw them, they weren't even 20 years old. Don't you find it strange that there are 5 Yuanying players among such a small number of people? Lu Xiaoyi was somewhat speechless. I've been staying in the Yaoying Sword Palace these days. I've rarely returned to the Carefree Mountain, Slug snorted. Behind closed doors. You don't know the major events of the world. Let me tell you, the sect's true monarchs have done statistics on this. In these 200 years, the probability of reaching the nascent soul stage has increased. Do you know what this means? Lu Xiaoyi narrowed his eyes. The heavenly Tao is relaxing the rules. Slug sighed. Yes, although your eyes are blind, your heart isn't blind. The heavenly Tao is relaxing the rules in 2 ways. First, the great Tao is lacking. The more lacking it is, the more incomplete the heavenly Tao is. There are more opportunities to take advantage of and more opportunities to climb up. Second, consumption. Just like in the mortal world, when the population increases, there will be wars. Conversely, the expansion of wars will also stimulate reproduction. It's the same in the cultivation world. It's precisely because it's anticipated that there will be large-scale cultivation wars that the threshold for reaching the upper realm has been lowered. Lu Xiaoyi laughed. The threshold has been lowered. Why can't you go up, Slug? Slug raised his eyebrows. I'm being strict with myself. How can I compare to them? You only know how to attack me. You're awesome, you're awesome. Why don't you go up? Lu Xiaoyi waved his hand. How can a swallow know the ambition of a swan? I'm a man aiming for the 36 carnate great Taos. How can I force myself to do it half-heartedly? Slug sneered. Wait until you become a half-immortal before you brag, okay? Just in my Qingwei immortal sect alone, the number of nascent soul cultivators in the past 200 years has exceeded 100. How terrifying. When these people become nascent souls, they must go to the void of the universe to gain experience. When they encounter Yuanying in the outer domain, dozens of them have died in the past 200 years. How many of them can survive in the end? It's a big mess. Lu Xiaoyi asked, how's the Buddhist sect? Is there any movement? Slug shook his head. I don't know. I'm not paying attention. You don't have to worry about your new Yuanying stage. It's chaotic outside now. If it's chaotic inside the realm, it won't be long before the dynasty changes and the era restart. It's still very early. Do you think the Buddhist sect has so much trouble and has time to pay attention to your little Yuanying stage? There are also many perfected monarchs. Then, are there any sun gods who have taken another step forward? Slug laughed strangely. On the contrary, there are fewer perfected monarchs in Yuanying than in the same period in history. There isn't a single sun god who has cultivated to the half-immortal level. They are the opposite of mid-level and low-level cultivators. We're sharpening our heads to drill in, while they hide if they can and retreat if they can. They're afraid that they'll overdo it and reach the end of their lifespan. If the era hasn't changed, wouldn't they die before dawn? The 2 of them chatted as they drank. No matter how unrestrained they were, they couldn't escape the fact that they had informed their nascent souls. Grapes that couldn't be eaten were always sour. Things like strict requirements for oneself and loosening the threshold were just excuses to comfort oneself, flattering each other, comforting each other, hugging each other for warmth that was their true nature. They drank until the sky turned dark, but they still didn't get drunk. The Daoist who received Lu Xiaoyi did his duty. A day later, he came back to take a look from afar. In the end, he found 2 people drinking to drown their sorrows. He knew that he couldn't afford to disturb them, so he sneaked away and warned his fellow disciples, 2 drunkards are the ones you can't afford to offend more than 1 drunkard. 3 days later, Slug, whose eyes were getting brighter and brighter, spoke mysteriously. Brother, I have a place to go, and it's very dangerous. However, there's also a strange challenge. I don't know what to do, so I plan to go and give it a try. Brother, do you dare to go with me? Chapter 936. P.S. Looking for a guaranteed monthly ticket. Lu Xiaoyi chuckled. Do you need someone to collect your corpse? No problem. As your brother, I'll give you a coffin. It seemed like the slug had this intention all along. It was not a drunken fantasy. The core of the Sea of Stars is an energy field similar to a black hole. This is common knowledge that has been passed down in the world. However, common knowledge does not equate to the truth. At the very least, it's not the entire truth. After taking another big gulp, the slug's eyes grew brighter and brighter. There are countless great cultivators in the upper realm of Juzyan. To cultivators, exploring the unknown is their instinct. With such a huge treasure, how could no one have explored and excavated it for hundreds of thousands of years? Rogue cultivators don't have a strong enough system power, connections, and resources, so their exploration is limited. Even if they occasionally gain something, the truth will be buried in the dust of history along with their own death. However, the 9 great upper sects are different. The slug pointed at Lu Xiaoyi. My sect, your sect, and in fact, all the upper sects, in Juzyan's long history, have organized several expeditions to the core of the Sea of Stars. What they obtained were the core secrets of their sect. Not to mention the rogue cultivators, even the yuaniying of our sect is rarely known. The truth stops at the level of a perfected lord. It's also because they have a part of the secrets of the Sea of Stars core that the 9 great upper sects are unwilling to share this secret with more people. You know how powerful the great sects are. Therefore, the various terrors of the Sea of Stars core are quietly spread through different channels to prevent more people from revealing the secret. What's spread outside is the legend of the inexplicable dangers of this place, and the legend of no return. Lu Xiaoyi chuckled. Brother Snot, which ancestor did you flatter to get this secret out? The slug snorted. You don't have to investigate my methods. The secrets of the Sea of Stars core can never be fully understood by humans. What humans have obtained over hundreds of thousands of years is probably only a part of it, and a very small part at that. What I got from the ancestor was only a small part of it. But I don't want to go to the core. I'm just going to take a turn at the edge of the core of the universe. If that's all, it will be enough. Lu Xiaoyi's expression turned solemn. Slug, don't try to fool me with false words. When I was telling lies, you were still a pure boy. You came to find me because you didn't dare to tell the sect, right? If he said it, he would definitely not allow it, and might even ground you, right? If you need someone to accompany you, it means that you're not confident and just want someone to help you when you're in danger. Yuanying won't mess around with you, and you don't trust Jin Dan, so you came to me. Are you trying to goad me? Look at me, do I look like someone who can be provoked? Hurry up and tell me the truth, including everything that your ancestor said. Only when you tell me the truth will I know what to do. At the very least, I will be more confident when I fish you out. The slug knew that he couldn't hide anything from this cunning person, which was why he only spoke to this ear. Among his friends in the same realm, this ear was the most trustworthy, the most powerful, and the most likely to help him. He had nothing to hide. In fact, these things were also known to the great cultivators of the carefree travel realm. It was not a secret of the Qingwei immortal sect, but a secret of the perfected cultivators of the 9 great sects. In this sense, they were like 2 mischievous children of the 2 families who eavesdropped on the secrets of their elders. The core of the universe is actually not just a core. It also has a volume of up to thousands of miles. According to the ancestor, it is divided into 4 parts: the halo, the shell, the pulp, and the core. The real fatal part starts from the shell. It required absolute strength to enter and not get lost. So far, among the great cultivators of Juzyan, even the most powerful young spirit has only gone a short distance into the pulp of the star. No one has ever entered the core. Our experience is mainly in the first 3 layers, and what I'm going to do is just the outermost layer of the halo. I'm going there to find an opportunity to reach the nascent soul stage, not to seek death. If I go further in, I will not go there even if you beat me to death. Lu Xiaoyi was still not satisfied. Individual cultivators say that the core of the universe is a place of death. This should not be empty talk. They are bold, and the dangerous place is also a place of opportunity. Which cultivator doesn't know that? There must be countless individual cultivators who have tried it and only gave up when they really couldn't return. Then, Why do they see the core of the universe as a place of death, but you think you can still find opportunities in the halo? The slug laughed. This is what I'm going to tell you next. Individual cultivators of unorthodox sects only think that getting close to the core of the universe requires one's realm, magic power, divine soul, and tools. They think that it is the same as a normal cultivator's battle, relying on strength. Of course, they are right. It does rely on strength, but it is not the strength they think it is. The real way to come and go freely in the core of the universe is mystery. To be more precise, it is the cultivator's control of the power of providence. Everyone has a ball of providence that appears, but not everyone knows how to use it. Only the perfected monarchs of the 9 sects have dabbled in this aspect. As for the others, even if they are perfected monarchs of unorthodox sects, they do not have the foundation and experience in this aspect. They are also clueless when they go to the core of the universe. Lu Xiaoyi's eyes widened. Slug, you dare to steal a perfected monarch's cultivation technique? Do you think we can learn that? The slug shook his head. How can the matter of cultivators be called stealing if they take a cultivation technique? That is called an exuberant thirst for knowledge and an unrelenting spirit of improvement. Are you going to read it or not? If you don't, the wine will be finished. You can go on your own. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. Why do I have to be a thief? I have a pure ear, so how can it be ruined by your hands? I won't read it. I will definitely not read it. I will not read it even if you beat me to death. I will never read it even if I go to the upper realm. Slug looked at the hypocrite and said, then why don't you leave? No one is holding you back. Lu Xiaoyi seemed to be in a difficult position. How can I give up on my friendship? I can't bear to see you jump into the tiger's den while I, as your friend, watch from the side. Well, since my innocence has been ruined, I will reluctantly sacrifice myself for my friend. The slug threw an antique jade slip over. He knew this thing too well. Innocence. It was already AF * king mess. He just didn't know where to steal this thing. If he knew, he would be faster than him. They were like-minded, jackals of the same tribe. He didn't completely steal it. This thing was only obtained by chance in his early years. He didn't expect that it would become his only possibility to go to the upper realm. It was also the will of heaven. This thing wasn't a complete secret of the sect. Qingwei had it, and so did Xiaoyao. Maybe there were 2 copies. Well, it was very likely that there were 9 copies, so it couldn't be considered a leak. Well, it could only be considered a mutual curiosity. Chapter 937. P.S. Looking for a guaranteed monthly ticket. Lu Xiaoyi picked up the jade slip, scanned it with his divine sense, and sighed in his heart. After 200 years of undercover work in the upper realm of Juzian, he finally had a preliminary understanding of the application of luck by the people of Juzian. He was no longer as confused as before. These things were really nothing to him, because ever since the day he started cultivating, he had never stopped studying this thing in his mind. From being completely helpless when he was chi refinement to being able to freely control the form of a big bird, he had walked the process for nearly 600 years. The key was that he had an advantage over the people of Juzian. The cultivators of Juzian used their own original luck, while he used 3 aspect. His own luck plus the fragment of fate plus countless swallowing. They were both learning these things, but what he learned and what the slug learned were 2 completely different things. He was learning as a doctor, while the slug was purely learning as a junior high school student. What he could do after he finished learning would be completely different. However, he couldn't say it out loud. This wasn't to deceive a friend, but to protect his privacy. At worst, he could just keep an eye on this guy in the core of the Sea of Stars. Looking at the slug, Lu Xiaoyi took a deep breath. Snot. Are you setting your future Dao realm on fate? The slug didn't avoid it and nodded firmly. Yes, I've been thinking about this for a long time. It's not because fate has collapsed and the great Dao is empty. In fact, no matter which of the 36 innate great Daos I choose, it will be empty after this era. I know that setting a Dao now is a joke. Not to mention small Jindan cultivators like us, even perfected Yuanian cultivators don't dare to say that they can truly set a Dao. Anyway, I heard that none of the 11 young spirit-perfected cultivators in Qingwei have a real Tao direction, but I can have dreams. If I can take a small step in the direction of my dream when I become a nascent soul, it may be a big step in the future. This isn't confidence, but chasing dreams. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. Slug, even I don't have dreams. You really dare to dream, but what you think now may not be what you will decide in the future. Just like marrying a wife, how many of a young man's dreams could be realized? He wanted to be a princess, but in the end, he married a hag. Slug glared at him angrily. Lu Xiaoyi chuckled. All right. It's always good to have a dream. What if it comes true? At the very least, it can be your spiritual support for reaching the nascent soul realm. What I want to know is, are you sure that you can get anything from the halo at the core of the universe? Not just to vent the frustration of being stuck in the upper realm? Slug's expression was firm. I know what I'm doing. You don't know, but ever since I sensed qi, my qi cluster has been especially strong. I didn't know before, but in the process of cultivation, there is always a light at the end of the tunnel. Be it for people, things, or opportunities. Later on, a perfected cultivator casually mentioned that my qi cluster was stronger than ordinary cultivators, so I put extra effort in this aspect. Don't think that I'm good at snorting. It's just a technique. Lu Xiaoyi looked at his friend's head again. Slug proudly raised his head, as if he was dazzling the qi cluster in his sea of consciousness. He knew that Lu Xiaoyi couldn't see it, but it was just a kind of self-expression consciousness. But what he didn't know was that Lu Xiaoyi could really see it. Looking at the ball of providence in the slug's sea of consciousness, which was indeed slightly more robust than an ordinary person's, he couldn't help but snicker in his heart. If your ball of providence is considered robust, then what about mine? Is it abnormal? Since you've thought it through, then I'll accompany you on this trip. But I'll say the ugly words first. If something happens in the halo, I'll do my best to help you. If you overestimate yourself and go to the shell or even deeper, don't blame me for being disloyal and not caring about you. The meaning of Lu Xiaoyi's words was related to a cultivator's rationality. Under normal circumstances, as the eldest senior brother of Jin Dan of the Qingwei immortal sect, it was impossible for Slug to lose his rationality. But people would change. Especially when they were at the end of their rope, there would always be evil thoughts that would occupy a cultivator's body and mind, causing them to do things that they wouldn't normally do. What Lu Xiaoyi had to be on guard was to let Slug know his attitude when he was trapped by his inner demon. This was the real help between friends, not patting one's chest and doing everything. Of course, Slug understood. He was very glad that he didn't choose the wrong person. Among them, this one was the most unruly, foul-mouthed, and unruly. But he also knew that this guy was the most reliable. You should practice more and familiarize yourself with the way to control qi cluster. I've been familiar with this for hundreds of years. You have to know that in the core of the star sea, the control of one's own qi cluster is far more useful than dharma power and soul swordsmanship. We're facing a mysterious celestial phenomenon, not an enemy like human beings. Your killing skills won't be of much use there. I'll make some preparations and strive to do the best I can in the early stage. The two of them stopped drinking and made their own preparations. Lu Xiaoyi grasped the contents of the jade scroll very quickly, but he did not expose it. There was no need for that. If he could compare the masses of fate with the jade scroll, the slug would be so ashamed that he would not be able to show his face. He didn't have a fixed goal for the Tao realm he would choose when he broke through to the nascent soul realm. At least, he thought that the choice of Tao realm before he broke through to the nascent soul realm should serve the nascent soul realm, instead of aiming too high for the Tao integration stay. In this regard, he was a typical practical person. Even if it was the acquired Tao, as long as he thought it was suitable and beneficial to the nascent soul realm, he would do it without hesitation. He was very picky when it came to swordsmanship, but in other aspects, he was agreeable. This wasn't his forte, so going with the flow was his best choice. As for the Tao integration stage, it wouldn't be too late to think about it when he became a half-deity. He had a strong foundation in the Tao of fate, but even so, he didn't fix his choice of Tao realm on fate. Similarly, his 5 elements ability was the best among the Jindan cultivators of the same level, so he didn't treat the 5 elements as his only choice of Dao realm. What was the hurry? There would always be something that was most suitable for him. Half a month later, Slug's preparations were complete. He prepared 2 sets of tools that might be used, one for each of them. This was all he could do for his friend who was going on an adventure with him. He had never been to that place before, so everything was just an idea in his mind. No one knew what would happen, so he didn't want to drag his friend down. The 2 of them went out of the mountain gate and flew toward the entrance of the crack. They would go through the crack to the little continent, which was the closest to the core of the star sea. After that, they would fly with their physical bodies. Along the way, Lu Xiaoyi chattered endlessly. Is there anyone who breaks through like you? You should at least go to the periphery a few times to feel out the situation, so you can be mentally prepared. Hundreds of years of Jindan cultivation, I think you've been cultivating for nothing. This was just a joke. They were very clear that in the cultivation world, many things in the unseen world only existed for the first time. It was also the last time. It wasn't something that could be obtained by repeatedly weighing the pros and cons. Opportunities were incomparably wonderful. Chapter 938. P.S. Looking for a guaranteed monthly ticket. A month later, the 2 of them arrived at the little land of Xianjin. They did not stay for long. The highest level cultivator in this small land was only at the foundation establishment stage. After identifying the direction, they flew toward the Sea of Cloud. In fact, the direction was no longer important at this place. Even on the little land of Xianjin, they could clearly feel the pressure from the star sea's core. The deeper they flew, the less people there were, until they could no longer sense the aura of a single cultivator. Cultivators have never stopped exploring the star sea's core, especially the rogue cultivators. They don't have an accurate understanding of this place and always hope that a miracle will happen here. There are thousands of cultivators, and there are many who live on the edge of their blades. However, in this period of time, there are much fewer people here. The slug explained as he flew. It seemed that he had put in a lot of effort into the star sea's core. The sea of clouds became even denser, as if it had substance. It hung on his body as he moved, sticky, giving him an uncomfortable feeling. Lu Xiaoyi did not quite agree with the slug's judgment. There might be fewer people coming to the star sea's core because no one is in the mood to study it. However, there will be more people fighting for their lives. They might not wander around outside, but they will definitely go in without hesitation, especially people like you who are at the end of their rope. The slug sighed. He knew that his friend was right. In the Juxian upper realm, any normal cultivator would understand the meaning of the star sea's core. A place like this that had not been explored was in line with the cultivator's desire to find treasures. Even a newcomer like Lu Xiaoyi's first impression was that there must be something special here. How could the natives not feel it? When a cultivator was at the end of their rope, they would not hesitate to try even if there was only a slight possibility. The star sea's core was also the largest cultivator cemetery in the Juxian upper realm. A month later, the speed of the 2 of them had dropped to an extremely low level, even lower than that of the building foundation stage. The environment around them was already in a half-liquid and half-gas state. In such an environment, no flying boat could pass through it. There was no other way except for flying with their bodies. A belt of light appeared in front of him. It looked like a ring, but it actually covered the entire core of the Sea of Stars without any gaps. Slug slowed down again. Try to use your luck to control the escape technique outside. Everything else, including the release of the flying swords, must be done according to the method of destiny in the Jade Slip. Once you're familiar with it, we can go in. Although the slug's decision was very bold, he was very cautious. This was a necessary psychological quality for him to be able to reach this step. Every outstanding cultivator was similar in some aspects. The 2 of them stopped in front of the halo. Changing the way of controlling the body with the soul that they had used for hundreds of years into the control of luck, it was the key to whether they could enter and exit the halo safely. Say, Do you think the true monarchs discovered the secrets of the Star Sea before or after the collapse of the Great Tao of Destiny? Lu Xiaoyi felt that this was a critical moment that would determine his control over the providence. It should have happened after the Grand Tao of Destiny collapsed, right? I'm not sure. However, it seems that they gained very little from their previous explorations. After the collapse of the Grand Tao of Destiny, some of the rules were loosened, and the human cultivators took advantage of this opportunity. Theoretically speaking, that should be the case. Slug analyzed. After circling the halo for a full month and adapting to the control of his body under the control of the Providence, Slug stopped pacing around on this day. I'm ready. Lu Xiaoyi replied, the coffin is ready. The sooner I die, the sooner I can reincarnate. Caution was necessary. Excessive caution would affect one's confidence, and hesitation for too long would breed cowardice. On this point, Slug was very careful. Lu Xiaoyi didn't know what Slug was going to do. The difference between the orthodoxies was like heaven and earth, and he couldn't give any advice on the specific steps. Here, he was only a bystander, watching his friend succeed or collect his corpse. Do you have any other reminders? Slug was about to go in. Lu Xiaoyi didn't hesitate. Yes, I do. You can leave the storage rings that store your worldly possessions. I don't mind if they're broken and tattered. Also, I'll take care of my daughter-in-law. The slug made a disdainful gesture and flew away without turning its head. Ear, you cheated me of 1,000 spirit stones. I'll always remember this. The two entered the halo one after the other. As soon as they entered, they immediately felt that part of their bodies was out of control. There was a powerful force pulling them in. This was only part of the halo. The deeper they went, the stronger the pulling force. They just didn't know how strong the shell would be. To deal with this kind of pulling force, the most foolish method was to use one's cultivation to resist it. The more one resisted, the stronger the pulling force would be. The stronger the pulling force, the deeper they went. The deeper they went, the harder they would be to resist it. It was an endless cycle. The correct method was to relax the body and let the providence in the sea of consciousness control the body. They would go with the flow and look for ups and downs in the pulling force. It was like hitting the water in the middle of a wave. When the tide rose, they would go with it. When the tide fell, they would retreat. This kind of control was not unfamiliar to the two of them. After months of practice, strong comprehension, and talent, it was not difficult for top Jindan like them. Slug seemed to be aimlessly flying in circles in front of them. At the same time, he continued to go deeper into the halo. Lu Xiaoyi followed behind him a few miles away. He could not disturb Slug. Slug had begun to immerse himself in his own world, and outsiders could no longer interfere. A few miles was a very close distance for Jindan. In normal space, they should be further away, but Lu Xiaoyi could not do it. The halo was almost a full liquid environment. The effect of the soul was extremely limited here. Vision was even worse. He could only rely on his providence to sense things. As powerful as he was, a few miles was his limit. At such a distance, Slug could not sense where his friend was behind him. However, he believed that Lu Xiaoyi must be beside him. This fact could only mean one thing. The ability of this ear was far above his. It was very impressive. What worried Lu Xiaoyi was that he found traces of other human cultivators in the halo. He did not know how they wandered here. The only thing he knew was that the level of their magic power was rapidly decreasing. They could not last long here. In the jade slip given to him by Slug, this was clearly written. With the shell of the star as the red line, if there were cultivators outside the halo, they would have a chance to leave before their magic power was exhausted. However, if they passed through the shell of the star, they would not have a chance to leave. Using the power of providence could help the two of them stay in the halo for a long time. This was the difference. Chapter 939. P.S. Looking for a guaranteed monthly ticket. Lu Xiaoyi knew that the slug's attempt here didn't necessarily mean that he was going to break through to the nascent soul realm. He might strike while the iron was hot, or he might go out and break through to the nascent soul realm after gaining some enlightenment. His role was to follow him and deal with him when someone disturbed him. As for when the slug fell into some kind of secret danger due to his own reasons, he couldn't make much judgment. The upper realm of cultivators was a very contradictory process. From the success rate, one could see that the chances of failure were far greater than the chances of success. The danger was greater than the smoothness. Therefore, even if you knew that a cultivator would be in danger if he continued to break through, you couldn't stop him because he still had a chance of success. Just like when he was trying to form his gold core on Sand Planet. If someone had been guarding him and decided whether to stop him based on the degree of danger, he wouldn't have been able to form his Jindan. He would have been interrupted countless times with good intentions. 9 deaths and 1 life, 9 defeats and 10% chance of success. Cultivators were betting on this small probability. Lu Xiaoyi's ominous words weren't a joke. This was the only thing he could do. If he didn't want to take the normal path, he would have to bear extra pressure. He was just joking to remind the slug of what he was doing. In the upper realm of cultivators, there were those who were willing to venture alone. There were also those who were willing to be protected by their masters and elders. There were also those who were willing to stay in a safe place within the sect. There were also those who preferred nature and went with the flow. Only obedient children needed the protection of their elders. Outstanding people like them had long been used to being alone. They weren't willing to accept other people's advice when breaking through to the next realm, even if it was out of good intentions. This was the good thing about finding friends. While getting rid of external interference, they wouldn't interfere with the specific process of breaking through, even if it was a dead end. Even if it was a dead end, there was still a chance of survival. Collecting corpses wasn't a joke. The slug really didn't have much time left. From the time they met, he had been in Jindan. At the age of 500, he was in his prime. However, 200 years later, the same person had become a dead end. A truly aggressive cultivator wouldn't risk their life when their lifespan was exhausted. That was a passive struggle. Now, he was taking the initiative. The direction of his will was completely different. As he followed, he occasionally brushed shoulders with other cultivators. What surprised him was that a few of them clearly used some kind of application of luck. They were not aimlessly courting death here, but had something to rely on. Human beings were the wisest of all creatures. Their wisdom and exploratory spirit were incomparable to that of other species. There were also countless talents among the 3,000 unorthodox groups. It was perfectly normal that some of them had figured out the secret of traveling at the center of the universe. Nothing could be hidden forever. The only thing lacking was that these people's use of providence could not be compared to the collective wisdom of the upper sect perfected lords. It was rather crude and simple. Everyone who came here had one thing in common, and that was to do their best to climb up. When they could not come up with a better solution after racking their brains, it was their common choice to venture into the center of the universe despite the great risk. He was not the only one who was paying attention to the mystery of fate. In fact, there were thousands of cultivators in the Juzian upper realm. Who would not pay attention to the things that were closely related to each cultivator? 3 months later, the slug that had finished brewing began to enter again. Lu Xiaoyi did not remind him again. Every cultivator had the right to choose their own destination. The boundary between the halo and the star's shell was not flat and quiet. It was a bit like the ion storm on the surface of the stars in his previous life. It exploded, raged, and never stopped. However, what was emitted here was not rays. Instead, it was faint and mysterious things, such as the power of fate. The slug's target was the vortex-shaped mass of fate on the star's shell. Its structure was extremely unstable, and there was no pattern to its strength. Sometimes it was still, sometimes it was gushing. The slug slowly moved towards the center of the whirlpool. Seeing this, even the brave Lu Xiaoyi couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat for him. Jindan cultivators could not control the power of fate other than their bodies. Not to mention Jindan cultivators, even Yuaniing and perfected lords could not do it. That was an ability that only half immortals could come into contact with, and they could use it to get closer to the path of unification. In the Jindan period, there was not even a decent fate-type cultivation technique, because the level did not allow it. The slug did not want to rely on fate-type cultivation techniques to reach the upper realm. He just wanted to use the violent fluctuations of fate to provide an excuse for his upper realm. Simply put, it was like a set of spiritual medicine. The main ingredients were still the things from the Qingwei immortal sect, but he wanted to use the operation of fate as a catalyst to pry open the beginning of the entire process of reaching the upper realm. It was a very clever idea, a very cunning borderline Tao state. As for how effective it would be, only the heavens would know. After the slug sat in the vortex, he closed his eyes tightly and did not move. As for how he would pry open the fate as a catalyst, that was not something that Lu Xiaoyi should be concerned about. He had his own things to do. He came here to help his friends, to explore the secrets of Zhuxian's fate, which was his mission as a spy. As for the third, he actually wanted to see it for himself. Other than being 100 years younger than the slug, in terms of situation, he was not much better than the slug. Similarly, he was confused about his upper realm and the direction of his future Tao orthodoxy. Fate was a direction, so was the 5 elements, and the stars. These 3 elements, 2 of which were innate and 1 of which was acquired, had occupied an extremely important position in his 600 years of cultivation. Fate and stars had accompanied him from the beginning to the end, and they had never left him for a single day. However, he always had a feeling that these 3 elements did not seem to be the direction of his future Tao state. A cultivator's feeling was very important, because once you had such a feeling, it meant that on a mysterious level, there was something that was more suitable for you. Then, what was it? He could not think of it. There were 36 innate great Taos, and there were countless unorthodox paths involved. It was really funny that he, a mere Jin Dan cultivator, was thinking about it here. However, there was something that he had to consider. Not to mention that his future cultivation was closely related to this choice. Even the upper realm would be of great help to him if he made the right choice. Following one's heart was the best excuse, but the problem was that he did not even know where his heart was. His swordsmanship was tyrannical, but his cultivation was weak, and he could do nothing about it. Therefore, he also wanted to come here and take a look. The slug had seen through this and invited him. There were no fools in the cultivation world. Who would be willing to put in effort and not get anything in return? The best of both worlds was the way to get along with friends. Although he had not left the slug's range of several miles, he still began to try. The slug could rely on the method in the jade slip to place himself on the star's shell, which was in the vortex of fate that was just a stone's throw away. The ability of his ear in terms of fate was completely different from the slug's. What reason did he have not to go further? The star's halo was not a threat to him at all, but what about the star's shell? Chapter 940. There was plenty of time, enough for him to keep trying. In view of the stellar core's illustrious reputation in the Zhuxian upper realm, his attempts were cautious and careful. He approached the other vortexes, the quiet ones, the violent ones, and the erupting ones. He left as soon as he touched them and did not linger. He felt the changes in the strength of the fate as well as the influence it had on his own control. He became familiar with it as he tried, and gradually gained control over it. In the past few days, he had traveled back and forth countless times. He had accumulated enough experience and was ready to go one step further. He looked at the slug. It was motionless there like a dead person. He sighed and his body suddenly sank. He did not choose a quiet surface. Instead, he chose a place with an intense eruption. This was a cultivator's intuition. Quiet meant hidden undercurrents. Intense, on the other hand, meant that the accumulated energy was being released. It went without saying which one was truly safe. The stellar shell was not a hard shell like the chicken shell. It was actually a layer of soft membrane of unknown thickness. It was half solidified. Once a person was immersed in it, it was as if the fate of the entire universe was pressing down on him like a mountain. He was not flustered. He knew that he could not resist it directly. He just went with the flow and treated himself as a part of this mountain-like fate. He integrated into it and did not treat himself as an outsider. The big bird in the Sparrow Palace flapped its wings and gradually synchronized with the fluctuation of fate in the stellar shell. When he achieved this, he regained control of his body. He did not hesitate and came out of the shell. He carefully recalled the soul-stirring changes in this short period of time. He knew that if he resisted even a little bit, he would immediately fall into a hopeless situation of death. The distance between life and death was so close, but it did not affect his mind. This was within his expectations. He had never fully understood the realm core in the Juzyan upper realm. In theory, this should be a pure celestial phenomenon that pulled Juzyan over 3,000 continents of various sizes in the upper realm. There was nothing to explore. However, after the collapse of the Great Path of Destiny several hundred years ago, this realm core seemed to have undergone an inexplicable change. To put it simply, it was possible that a huge fragment of destiny had fallen into the realm core, resulting in the various changes that followed. It was not the first time he had encountered such a situation where the mass of providence had fused with nature. On planet Hassa, there had been a mutation. Now, in the upper realm of Juzyan, the effect of the change was even more subtle. Even the people of Juzyan could see their own providence. But what did this mean? What did it have to do with him? What could he gain from it? Lu Xiaoyi didn't try to swallow anything. He was an ant, and the power of destiny here was like an elephant. He was afraid that if he really swallowed it, his stomach would burst. Once he established a connection with the providence here, he was afraid that he would be drawn into some uncontrollable category and eventually lose himself. Moreover, he didn't think that having too much providence would be of any benefit to him now. What he needed to do now was to be prepared. At least he had the ability to freely enter and exit the star's shell. That would be enough. Next, he continued to enter and exit the surface of the star's shell and gradually adapted to this change. He didn't know how far the upper realm cultivators who had come here before could go, but he knew that he was just a Jindan. He would only do things within the scope of Jindan's abilities. He wouldn't cross the line, and he didn't have the heart to explore the secrets of the star's flesh. So what if he did? Being here, he didn't have the slightest feeling of finding the direction of the Great Path. Therefore, he knew that among the three choices he had, destiny was not his cup of tea. He was a little bored. He was in the land of opportunity of the big fragment of destiny, but he wasn't a demigod. He couldn't comprehend anything more profound. He was like a child who had walked into the Imperial College. Not only the providence, but also the shackles of the entire upper realm of Juzyan on the star core. It wasn't something he could deeply understand, a terrible and wrong environment for nascent soul formation. This was his judgment. If he were to choose, he wouldn't be so unrealistic. He could be ambitious, but he had to take it one step at a time. Jindan wanted to play with Jindan's things, but if you wanted to look at demigod's things, you would end up being a person with big eyes and a small belly, like the moon in the water. It wasn't completely useless. At the very least, it made him more familiar with the use of the sparrow god's providence in his sea of consciousness. In the future, whether it was stealing from others or defending against them, he would have more experience. It wasn't a bad place to practice swordsmanship. In his past battles, he rarely had the chance to use the sword spirit of the luck cutter. This was because most of his opponents had not come into contact with such a profound aspect. But now, using the luck cutter to destroy the providence storm on the surface of the star's shell was also an excellent opportunity to practice. Lu Xiaoyi couldn't stop himself from eating tea. He was bored and used this place as a place to practice his swordsmanship. Time passed quietly like this. Finally, there was some movement from the slug. This made Lu Xiaoyi sigh. In fact, he didn't want his friend to break through in this place. He had made it very clear before, but it could only be a suggestion. From his observation, he couldn't be sure how the providence medicine would enhance the slug's nascent soul formation. The only thing he could be sure of was that the slug had chosen the direction of yin and yang for its nascent soul formation. Hum and Ha belonged to the category of yin and yang. This made him heave a sigh of relief. This guy wasn't stupid. He knew what was most suitable for him now. The guiding medicine was destiny, the main medicine was yin and yang, and the 5 elements were supplements. It was a very clever and cunning strategy. Lu Xiaoyi had no choice but to control his range of activity. If he were to remain silent, It would be difficult for anyone to discover his presence due to the limited detection range of cultivators due to the environment of the star halo. However, if he were to make any noise, there was no guarantee that no cultivators would be able to track him down. His first priority here was to make sure his friend wasn't disturbed. He understood the importance of this. A few more days passed, and the slug's nascent soul formation became more and more active. However, Lu Xiaoyi frowned. It wasn't because of the slug, but because there seemed to be a trace of something very strange mixed with the movement. After confirming that there was no mistake, he began to move in that direction. As long as he didn't leave the range of the slug, he carefully sorted out this strange anomaly. In the end, he concluded that it shouldn't be the random outburst of the Providence storm on the surface of the star's shell. This was a regular occurrence. In other words, it might be man-made. He was faced with a choice. Should he go and see what was going on? Or should he wait here? If he went there, it would mean that his friend would lose his protection. If he stayed here, he couldn't be sure that there were human cultivators in the area where the anomaly occurred. Would they find him because of the slug's nascent soul formation? If he could detect others, others could definitely detect the slug. Sitting and waiting wasn't Lu Xiaoyi's style. He preferred to take the initiative. If he waited for someone to find him and a fight broke out, how could he guarantee that his friend wouldn't be disturbed in such a small space? He could only take the initiative to find him. As for the slug, he could only rely on his luck to see if anyone else would find him. He was alone, and he couldn't split himself. Chapter 941. Lu Xiaoyi began to move slowly, trying his best to hide his presence. He allowed others to discover the slug, but it would be best if they didn't discover him. Only then would he be able to influence the direction of the upcoming event. He had a great advantage in this environment. His advantage came from the fact that he could crush others with his destiny. In a normal space, he could rely on his divine sense to see further than others, but he couldn't use his sword. His opponents couldn't discover him, but he could in this space. He had communicated with the slug before. After his divine sense and vision failed, he could only rely on his destiny to search. This guy could discover him within a mile of him, and he could lock onto him from a distance of nearly 10 miles. This was an unparalleled advantage. He firmly believed that if the other party was a Jindan, he could almost completely control their life and death. They might not even discover his presence after he killed them. If the other party was a Yuanying, he still had a chance to sense further than the other party. All he needed to do was to move quietly. Following the trace of abnormality, Lu Xiaoyi dived for nearly 100 miles. His perception became clearer. There were 3 people 10 miles away, and they were on the planet's shell. Lu Xiaoyi stopped at the maximum range of his perception. He quietly watched and judged through the tentacles of his destiny. Slowly, he frowned. This was a little tricky. The 3 of them should be monks. As for whether they belonged to the 2 major Buddhist sects, it was difficult to judge. In the upper realm of Juzian, there were many Buddhist sects in Little Land. The monks all looked the same, so it was difficult to distinguish them. His advantage was that he could discover the monks, but the monks couldn't discover him. His problem was that he was a Jindan, but the 3 monks were bodhisattvas. He had killed a lot of Yuanying, but he had never killed a bodhisattva. He didn't know how it would feel to kill one. He still didn't move. The worst thing was that even if he was 100 miles away from the slug, he could still vaguely feel the movements this guy was making. Couldn't he just be quiet? Why did he have to make such a big scene? Did he think he was at Mount Qingwei? He wanted to know what these 3 bodhisattvas were doing here. He was definitely not here to drink tea and talk about Buddhism. There must be some unspeakable secret. Lu Xiaoyi decided to take the risk and move closer. The distance was still too far for him to accurately determine what the bodhisattvas were doing. Slowly, he closed the distance to 8 kilometers, then 7 kilometers. At this position, he could clearly sense that he couldn't get any closer. Through the tentacles of providence, after observing for a moment, he finally discovered what they were doing. The 3 bodhisattvas were transporting fate. Was luck something that could be moved? In any case, Lu Xiaoyi could not do it. He believed that the Taoists could not do it either. The reason why the Buddhists were able to do so was because they had a mysterious tool to move things around, the power of faith. He could imagine that in the ascetic Zen continent of 10,000 Buddhas, or in the other small Buddhist continents, there must be some large-scale Buddhist event being held right now, and the power of faith gathered there was secretly stealing luck from the star core. Where did it go? Was there a need to think about it? Fifth ring, azure sky, or some other place he didn't know. He once again confirmed the fact that the mastermind behind the transfer of fate in the upper realm of Juzian was the Buddhist. Presumably, this kind of teleportation was not for free, nor was it generosity. Instead, it was an act with a purpose. The power of providence that was teleported to other realms of the universe was lifeless and hidden in the minds of the cultivators, but they could be controlled. Because the source of the power of fate was here. Once a certain time window was reached, those who had received the transfer of fate would become the puppets of the Buddhists in Juzian to a certain extent. That must be it. The next thing he had to figure out was how the monks were able to control such a powerful fate in the star core. This would have to be done slowly. At his current level, he couldn't understand too much for now. These bald donkeys were really troublesome. After figuring out what the bodhisattvas were doing, Lu Xiaoyi did not intend to kill them. He was not a murderer, and killing people without a need was meaningless. Figuring out the truth was far more important than killing the 3 monks. Moreover, he might not be able to kill them anyway. The slug was at a critical stage, and it was not good to cause trouble. But just because he didn't want to cause trouble, it didn't mean that the monks were blind and deaf. The 3 bodhisattvas obviously sensed something. They stopped moving the fate and waited for a moment. Then, one of them began to slowly move in the slug's direction. The worst-case scenario had happened. That guy had made too much noise and finally attracted the attention of the 3 bodhisattvas. However, Lu Xiaoyi could also guess that with their relatively slow senses, they shouldn't be the bodhisattvas from the 2 major Buddhist sects, right? Lu Xiaoyi made a prompt decision. Which one should he kill first? The one who was moving toward the slug? Or the 2 who were left behind? Only the right choice would lead to the perfect result. In this regard, he had never made a wrong choice. The Fate Cutter flying sword quietly floated up. It was extremely slow, completely moving according to the intermittent outbursts of the star core's fate. It made people not feel that it was a flying sword at all. They would only think that it was a wisp of fate, just like the countless amounts of fate around it. This was the result of Lu Xiaoyi's practice over the past few days, and it was about to be put to use. His target was the 2 bodhisattvas who were continuing to move the fate. The logic was simple. The one who set out must have the strongest combat power and was very vigilant, so it would not be easy to sneak up on him. The other 2 were much more relaxed. As long as he made a move, the bodhisattva who set out would definitely come back to help, and the battlefield would be further away from the slug. The flying sword moved silently, following the eruption of fate in the semi-solid membrane of the star core. The Grim Reaper was quietly descending. The red leaf bodhisattva's hand seals were endless. One of the 3 had left, so the rest of the task was more important. The power of faith was not infinite, and it could only last for a limited time. When the power of faith disappeared, their transportation would lose its meaning. Therefore, they had to take advantage of the abundant power of faith to move more. The power of faith was the boat, and they were now the porters. Among the 3, he didn't agree to look for the anomaly. It was irrelevant, and there was no need to complicate things. Maybe it would disappear naturally after some time, so it was not a big deal. However, the other 2 bodhisattvas thought that it was better to take a look, because their current actions were not in line with the agreement with the Taoist. The transportation of fate was restricted. This was the agreement reached by the 2 Buddhist sects and the 7 Daoist sects. However, since the collapse of the Great Tao, the Buddhist sects began to secretly increase their arrangements. It was not good for the 2 Buddhist sects to show up, as they were too big of a target. Therefore, they could only entrust the small Buddhist sects to complete the transportation. This was the reason why they had to be sneaky and take a look whenever they encountered an anomaly. 2 people had to do the work of 3 people, so they could only do it hastily. Moreover, They were not the bodhisattvas of the two Buddhist sects. Their cultivation was weaker, they had less experience, and they were not completely used to it. When a ball of fate exploded, the red leaf bodhisattva grabbed it without hesitation. He felt a pain in his heart. Chapter 942. The commotion caused by a ball of Tao dispelling celestial phenomenon was much greater than the bodhisattva's moving fate and the slugbug's breakthrough. The remaining two bodhisattvas had different reactions. The bodhisattva who was also moving fate had no idea what was going on. Although it was close, due to the raging Providence storm, Fate Cutter, which had disguised itself as a wisp of Providence, did not attract his attention. The flying sword was restrained in his body, and the perfect timing did not expose the true nature of the flying sword. His first reaction was that his companion's inability to control fate caused a backlash. This was also a possibility. This was the wrong reaction of a cultivator who did not fight often when encountering sudden changes. It was a short time, but it was enough to cause the next tragedy. The bodhisattva who set out to look for abnormalities was very sensitive. He immediately realized that his companion had been attacked. Then, as Lu Xiaoyi predicted, he decisively returned to help. The whole sneak attack was within the ambusher's expectations. Before the bodhisattva returned, he felt a strong Tao-dispelling impact in the process. His heart sank to the bottom. There was a Yuanying ambushing them. The Yuanying was stronger than them, because he could detect them from a farther distance. Ambushers, strong enemies, enemies in the dark, all kinds of unfavorable situations occurred in an instant. He needed to make the most correct judgment. Like two submarines in the deep sea, they were fighting a battle of wits and courage when they could not see each other. As expected of the most experienced of the three, the remaining Bendu Bodhisattva turned back again and entered stealth mode, still moving toward the abnormal location. He knew very well that in such an environment where his perception was below the enemy's, it would be foolish of him to take the initiative to search. If the enemy was willing, he would never be able to find them, but he could be within the enemy's attack range at any time. No one would be willing to be in such a passive state. Therefore, he looked for the one he could sense. This was to force the enemy to show up. He felt that there should be two people. One was weak and deliberately exposed flaws, and the other was strong and responsible for the sneak attack. After Lu Xiaoyi killed the second bodhisattva, he suddenly felt that the bodhisattva who was returning to help had disappeared. His perception range was within 10 miles. If the bodhisattva was returning at full speed, he could sense further. But if the bodhisattva was in stealth mode, which direction would he go? Would he run toward him? Or the slug? There was no need to think about it. He could only choose to save his friends. If any of them ran away, he could only let them go. He couldn't completely ignore the slug and play a secret battle here as he pleased. If the bodhisattva was smart enough and chose to move closer to the slug, he would be at a disadvantage because the bodhisattva was closer to the slug. If he wanted to stop bodhisattva, he had to speed up. In other words, he would lose the advantage of having a longer detection range due to the large movement when he accelerated. To a swordsman like him who was only at the level of a Jindan, this was very dangerous. In all his glorious battles with cultivators at the level of Yuanying, without exception, he was always the one who made the first move, preventing his opponent from unleashing their full potential. What would it mean if a powerful bodhisattva made the first move? Since he had been entrusted with the task, he couldn't let him down. From the beginning, they each had their own ulterior motives to the current quarrel. In fact, it was a process of deepening their friendship. If the bodhisattva met with misfortune while breaking through, he wouldn't feel any psychological pressure because that was the end of a cultivator. However, if the bodhisattva failed to protect the bodhisattva, it would be his fault as a friend. There was no other way. After the bodhisattva found the slug, the bodhisattva would definitely die in his current state. He didn't even dare to bet with the bodhisattva on who would be the first to return, because the bet was his friend's life. Less than 100 miles was a very short distance for them. He didn't have time to hesitate. Since he couldn't be sneaky anymore, he would go for the big defy. Lu Xiaoyi raised his speed to the maximum. At the same time, he urged the big bird of the Sparrow Palace. As he flapped his wings, The power of fate resonated with the star core's fate, setting off a surging storm of fate, crushing the bodhisattva back just like that. His goal was very simple. He wanted to use the power of a monk who had 2 strikes and the majestic power of fate to make the last bodhisattva wary. It would be best if the bodhisattva thought that he was a yuaniing cultivator and scared him away. At the very least, it would affect the bodhisattva's judgment and make him hesitate. It was a good idea. Most people who weren't calm enough, weren't strong enough, and weren't experienced enough would definitely fall into his trap. However, Bendu Bodhisattva wasn't an ordinary monk. He was the leader of the 3 and was also very famous in the Buddhist circle in Juzian. He was a sweeping monk who specialized in doing the dirty work when it was inconvenient for the 2 major Buddhist sects to attack. He had fought countless battles in his life, was very experienced, and was shrewd and ruthless. Instead, he saw a trace of weakness in Lu Xiaoyi's actions. In Bendu Bodhisattva's perception, the distance of the abnormality now was about the same as the distance of the cultivator who risked his life to return to help. Of course, there was no need to consider which one to choose. The abnormality wasn't worth mentioning. Only the one who returned to help was the real opponent. Once he killed the abnormal cultivator, the one who returned to help would follow him stealthily. Where would he find him then? To solve a problem, of course, he had to solve the most troublesome and the biggest threat. Without chanting or speaking the Buddhist language, he waved his fist, and a Vajra Dharma form left his body. It was only the size of a human child, but its body was as solid as Vajra, as if it was real. It wasn't affected by the environment here at all and charged towards the churning fate. This was the foundation of Bendu Bodhisattva. He didn't cultivate the Buddhist kingdom and wasn't good at Dharma. When he fought, he relied on the 8 great Vajra boys that he had cultivated all his life: Light Net, Earth Wisdom Tower, Undefiled Light, Unthinkable Wisdom, Please Summon, Bun Nun, First Aid Wisdom, and Wu Bo Bun Nun. Each of the 8 great Vajra boys had their own uses. They basically covered all aspects of Buddhism. They were immersed in it all their lives, and their realms were extremely high. Among them, Light Net, Earth Wisdom Tower, Undefiled Light, Bun Nun, and Wu Bo Bun Nun all had powerful offensive abilities. In terms of offensive forms, they were a little similar to the Dharma form of a body cultivator, but they were much more extensive and profound than the body meridian inheritance. For example, the first one he attacked this time was the Undefiled Light. It was the most suitable in such an environment. As a undefiled light, it could cut fate and travel back and forth. It was incomparably sharp. As soon as the undefiled light left his body, Lu Xiaoyi already felt it. Not only this Vajra boy, but also Bendu Bodhisattva himself. The swordsman's philosophy was that since you attacked, I had to counterattack no matter what. However, there was a prerequisite for this, and that was to leap up and use evasion to deal with the opponent's attack. Using flying swords to test the opponent's defense was a concept that wasn't suitable in the current environment. Because here, he couldn't escape. When the control of his body was changed to the control of the power of fate, he gained a longer range of detection, but he lost the ability of his body to fly. If he couldn't dodge that Vajra boy with evasion, his own defense wouldn't be able to withstand it no matter what. Chapter 943. P.S. Looking for a guaranteed monthly pass, looking for a genuine subscription. The 5 elements flying swords flew out, laying down layers of sword nets on the Vajra boy's path. Lu Xiaoyi had to save himself first. The sword light crisscrossed, and the 5 elements rotated. The sword light left deep crisscrossing sword scars on the Vajra boy's golden body. However, such attacks could not stop the Vajra boy's advance. The sword scars disappeared as they appeared, and the Buddhist power contained in them repaired the scars almost instantly, causing no real damage. This was the power of Buddhism, and also the power of Bodhisattva. As Lu Xiaoyi flew back, he continued to rain swords. From the simple 5 elements sword light, it turned into 1,000 sword rain. Wind and rain could not penetrate, and the force was strong. Thousands of cracks appeared on the Vajra boy's body in an instant, but they would recover in an instant. As the sword rain poured out fiercely, the 1,000 sword lights suddenly converged. The next moment, A huge sword light gathered from the 5-element sword light chopped down. The Vajra boy's head was cut off. The Vajra boy's head was cut off, and he finally stopped less than a mile away from Lu Xiaoyi. He shook his neck, and golden blood flowed out. Then, a new head grew out, and he continued to pursue. Lu Xiaoyi judged that he had been weakened to a certain extent, but he was still far from losing his fighting strength. He did not relax, because the second Vajra boy, the nun with a bun, appeared in his perception. The nun with a bun was a beautiful hair girl. Her whole body's ability was in her beautiful hair. If one looked carefully, they would find that each strand of hair was a small poisonous snake, just like a medusa. The sword light expanded again, and Lu Xiaoyi continued to fly back, getting further and further away from the slug. Bendu Bodhisattva knew his intention, but he did not care and continued to pursue. Obviously, the anomaly was a dead object that could not move for some reason. It was not worth paying attention to. The two of them, one chasing, one fleeing, Bodhisattva was having fun fighting, and Lu Xiaoyi was having a hard time defending. When a powerful Yuanying fought head-on, the difference in their profound accumulation and realm was vividly displayed. If it wasn't a sneak attack, his superior perception would lose its meaning. Not being able to wield his sword as he wished would become his greatest shortcoming. This battle was dangerous. The slug was very clear about everything that was happening around it. Right now, he was in a special state before he reached the nascent soul realm. His senses were sharp and nothing within 50 kilometers could escape his senses. This was a special state that couldn't be maintained for long, but it was enough for him to understand what his friend had encountered. His luck wasn't too good. The place he chose to form his nascent soul was coincidentally too close to the monks, which was why he was in such a dangerous situation. If he had changed the location, perhaps he wouldn't have made such a big commotion. These were all useless now that he thought about it. They were all useless after the fact. In the past 200 years, the conflict between Taoism and Buddhism in the bounded domain had been greatly eased. However, this was only on the surface. It was not that both sides had shaken hands and made peace, but it was a last resort under the pressure of the collapse of the Great Way. In this special environment, if a monk saw a Daoist trying to break through to the next level, it would be easy to guess what he would do. Anyway, no one would know. If a Daoist saw a monk breaking through to the next level, he would do the same. Being as good as each other was the core principle, and this would never change. Ir's strength was impressive. He had tricked 2 ordinary bodhisattvas, but the third one was very difficult. Slug knew this person. He had heard from the elders in the sect that he was a bodhisattva with the greatest strength in the Buddhist sect. His battle prowess was comparable to the top bodhisattvas of the 2 major Buddhist sects. Such a person was not someone a golden core cultivator could kill. The only thing he could do now, and the most important thing to do, was to believe in his friend and believe in himself. Believe in his friend, believe that one ear could hold on, until he succeeded in forming his nascent soul. Believe in himself, that he could take this step, because now he could no longer retreat. Once the upper realm began, it was an unpredictable process. This was a difficult challenge for both of them. Lu Xiaoyi was still retreating. He had no choice but to retreat. This environment limited most of his mobility. In his hundreds of years of battle experience, this was one of the rare occasions where he could not use his sword to its full potential, especially when he was facing such a powerful bodhisattva. The number of Vajra boys had increased to 3. Unsullied Light, Bun Nun, and Earth Wisdom Pagoda. Each of them seemed to have an immortal body, and the flying sword had no decisive ability to kill them. If there was only one, he might be able to weaken it by continuously beheading it, just like what he had done to Unsullied Light. However, if there were 3, it would be a little beyond his power. He had almost used the full power of his flying sword, but it could only guarantee that he would not be fatally injured temporarily. He did not know how long he could last, and whether the Bodhisattva would release a 4th Vajra boy, he did not know either. The Vajra boy's ability was different from ordinary Dharma. It was immortality, spiritual intelligence, and indestructible attack power. They were like the avatars of the Bodhisattva. He also knew that stopping the 3 Vajra boys was the last resort. The key was to attack the Bodhisattva himself. However, he had put almost all of his strength into defense, and he had to be careful because he had already tried to take the attacks of the boys with his body. In fact, even if half of the power was offset by the flying sword, his body's defense was still a little weak. Once he put all of his strength into attacking, it was hard to say whether he could kill the Bodhisattva, but he would definitely be torn to pieces by the Vajra boy. This kind of dilemma was unlikely to happen under normal circumstances, because he could use his sword, his exquisite celestial levitation technique, and the profound 5 elements escape to gain a short window of opportunity to attack. But now, as he retreated, Lu Xiaoyi resolutely sank himself into the star shell. He could not guess whether the opponent had the ability to release a 4th Vajra boy, and he could not put his life on luck. Since everyone was unable to escape freely here, then he would make the situation worse. The star shell was an even more dangerous place of fate. He had already tried before, and he could barely control it. Now, he just had to bet on whether the Bodhisattva dared to follow him in. If he could, Lu Xiaoyi did not mind continuing to gamble and go for the star pulp. He had another advantage, which was that the mass of fate in his sea of consciousness was strong enough. It was stronger than the cultivators in the upper world of Juzian, even the cultivators at the level of Yuanying. Slug once said that the great cultivators in the upper world of Juzian had only reached the level of star pulp, and no one could enter the star core. Since this was an area that only the cultivators at the level of Supreme could control, it must be very stressful for the Bodhisattva, right? He had always been cautious and did not want to cross the line. He did not expect that at the last moment, he still had to take this step. His body slid into the membrane of the star shell, and his sword became much more difficult. However, it did not matter, because the 3 Vajra boys who were chasing after him were also in a predicament and were not as agile as before. There was still time to gamble. Chapter 944. Bendu Bodhisattva was also very depressed. He did not know this person, but after discovering Jindan's cultivation and the roots of his sword vein, he knew where this person came from. He was disdainful of the so-called realm crossing. That was only true for those who were not good at fighting, or those who were mediocre. For those who were truly powerful among the nascent soul stage, there was no such thing as a Jindan stage cultivator being able to kill someone who was above his level. It was just like how he did not have high hopes of being able to kill a perfected cultivator even though he boasted about his strength. Cultivation, after all, had to follow the rules of cultivation. In ancient times, there was no such thing as realm crossing because cultivators of each realm had to undergo countless trials and hardships. It was unlike the cultivators of today, who had countless shortcuts and countless resources. Therefore, there were countless cultivators who did not live up to their names. This swordsman definitely had a position in Jindan's realm. There was no doubt about this, but there was always a limit. There were many things that were pushed up by people. Just like the Buddhist disciples he was familiar with, in his eyes, they were just that. They were very outstanding, that was all. The reason why he could have such a high position in Jindan was because of the Buddhist sect's secret embellishment and support. Who didn't know how to set an example? However, as soon as he took over the battle, he realized that his understanding might have been wrong. There really were monsters in this world. This one-ear's flying sword was not something that Jindan should have at his realm. He had also encountered Yuanying swordsmen before and even killed a few in the void of the universe. The power of the sword technique, and the splitting of the sword light were all inferior to this one ear. If his cultivation did not clearly show the limitations of Jindan, then this person was definitely a Yuanying swordsman. His 8 Vajra boys were very famous among the Yuanying bodhisattvas in Juzian's cultivation world. Juzian did not have a ranking, but he himself believed that he could be ranked in the top 10 of this realm. This was not boasting, it was the truth. Among the 8 Vajra boys, 5 attacked and 3 supplemented. He had never used 5 Vajra boys at the same time before. Firstly, he had never met such a troublesome opponent. Secondly, using 5 Vajra boys at the same time was a great challenge to him. Especially in this place, where luck was different, he could not use 5 Vajra boys at the same time. 3 Vajra boys was already difficult, 4 Vajra boys was probably his limit. Using 2 Vajra boys was already enough for him to sweep through the same realm as him in Juzyan. But now, after using 3 Vajra boys for half a day, other than causing some minor injuries to his opponent, he did not achieve any substantial result. This guy's sword light division was very exquisite. He wondered how a small Jin Dan could have such strong spiritual power. The more outstanding he was, the more he had to kill this kind of seed in the bud. If he really became a talent, how many Buddhist monks would be destroyed by his hands? This was a guy who was very unfriendly to Buddhism. He had to be eliminated quickly. The current environment was just right. No one was watching and no one knew. It was the best time to make a move. He was thinking, should he use another Vajra boy? Or should he continue to grind? If he continued to grind, he would definitely win. This was the trend, but he was a little worried that there would be an accident. Just as he was hesitating, this one ear took the initiative to sink into the star shell. This was an environment that even he had to deal with carefully. How could a Jindan be so daring? He had no one to blame but himself for seeking death. In the eyes of these grand cultivators, the inside and outside of the star shell was a threshold. In the halo, they could still hold on with their foundation. But once they entered the star shell, the control of luck would be different. It was not something that could be dealt with through trickery. Hondu Bodhisattva followed closely. If Jindan dared to go down, why wouldn't he? His identity was a little special. He had received the true teachings of the 2 Buddhist sects regarding the secrets of the Starsea's core. He was not afraid. The only thing that worried him was that this golden core cultivator had an abnormal perception ability. In the astral layer, his perception was even further than his own. If this golden core cultivator escaped out of his perception range, then there would be no way to find him. Therefore, he could not afford to lose even a single step. The star shell was called a shell because it was thin. Here, the swordsman's movement was restricted. This was a stupid choice. Was he betting that he would not dare to come in? The 2 of them circled around in the planet's shell, and the battle became even more dangerous. However, the pace of the battle slowed down, because in this place, their every move was greatly influenced by the power of providence. In their battle, a third party, the environment, had joined, and it was a third party that would never disappear, whether it was Lu Xiaoyi or Hondu Bodhisattva. In addition to attacking and defending, they also had to be entangled with this third party. In this aspect, Hondu Bodhisattva was obviously much stronger than Jindan. Hondu Bodhisattva had a premonition that this little opponent did not have much time left. Lu Xiaoyi was making his final preparations. Moving in the star shell, he did not lose to Bodhisattva at all. If he used his full strength, he might even be slightly stronger. The reason why he did this was to create an illusion that he was unable to hold on. Feigning defeat was the most classic, simplest, and most effective tactic in battle. Practitioners were all cautious people and it was hard to be fooled. This required a step-by-step seduction, a battle hint, a psychological hint. He also did not want to run into the star flesh. So, he needed a sharp counterattack. There was only one chance. Otherwise, if Bodhisattva really fought steadily, the gap between their realms would become bigger and bigger. His body began to move closer to the inner wall of the star shell. He was only one step away from the star flesh. He had wandered around here before and then left. So Bodhisattva did not feel anything different. The pressure from the 3 Vajra boys was so heavy that he could not spare any energy to fight back. Bodhisattva was surprised by his tenacity. He also felt helpless against the 3 Vajra boys. They were like 3 unkillable Calabash brothers. In the entanglement, he made a mistake in blocking the sword light and gave the 3 Vajra boys a chance to pounce on him together. This was intentional. His sword skills were well practiced. How could he make such a mistake? At the moment when the 3 Vajra boys were close to him, Lu Xiaoyi suddenly disappeared. The next moment, he had moved a few miles forward and appeared closer to Bodhisattva. This was a risk. Using a space skill like the Heavenly Sword Ruler in front of a Bodhisattva who had mastered the Tao of space could easily be interrupted by the big practitioner and trapped in the space. So, he did not use it because he knew that he could only use it once. When Bodhisattva was on guard, he would have to stop using it. This time, being close to Bodhisattva provided him with a rare opportunity to attack. Thousands of sword lights of the Big Dipper came out from his dantian and flew toward Bodhisattva. At the same time, the flying sword that had never been used, no matter how dangerous it was, also quietly disappeared into the storm of fate. Bendu chanted the name of Buddha. He had been waiting for this swordsman's final struggle for a long time. He did not expect him to be able to endure for so long. If he could sneak up on his two companions, could he sneak up on him? Chapter 945. Slug let out a soft whistle. After 2 months, he finally got what he wanted. Forming a nascent soul was indeed difficult for ordinary cultivators, but for a top Jindan cultivator like him, the proportion was very large. This could be seen from his circle of friends. After all, they were the elites of the elites who had been carefully selected. It was a bit embarrassing to spend so much effort to form a nascent soul. Fortunately, he succeeded. No matter what method he used, he succeeded. After reaching the upper realm of each stage, cultivators needed a certain amount of time to consolidate. This was a cliché, but it was also necessary because when you reached a new realm, you would have new feelings, a new power system, and new everything. In fact, in the cultivation world, there were also cases of cultivators who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth and fought recklessly after reaching the upper realm. As a result, their realm regressed. It was rare, but it did happen. Therefore, what he should do now was to take advantage of the new realm and stay where he was to consolidate his body. After the initial stabilization, he could return to the mountain gate and spend a few decades to consolidate his body. This was the right way to go. He was a disciple of a big sect, so he was not unfamiliar with this set of procedures. It was also often pointed out by the elders. But he could not do this now. He had just formed a nascent soul, and there was no time to celebrate. Taking advantage of the temporary state of emptiness during the initial stage of yuanning, his body flew towards the direction of the battle without hesitation. He had to hurry. When this state was over, he might not have the ability to enter the star shell for a while. He was the one who pulled Ir over. He could not let his friend be in danger for protecting him after he succeeded. This was not the way of a cultivator, nor was it the way of a friend. Since Ir knew that he was no match for him, but still wanted to pull Bendu Bodhisattva away, he would not hesitate to do so even if he knew that it would be inappropriate for him. Time was of the essence. He did not know if Ir could hold on until now, but regardless of whether he could or not, he wanted to see him alive or dead. If Ir really had an accident while protecting him, then he would have a lot of work to do in this lifetime. He knew the general direction, but as the fight went on, he ran far away, so he needed to look for him carefully. This guy was extremely daring. He even dared to enter Jindan's shell and fought back and forth. Therefore, he also rushed into the shell at the first opportunity. This was the ability that was bestowed upon him by the heavenly axiom when he first became a yuanning. It would be withdrawn very soon. As for how he was going to get out after it was withdrawn, he did not have the time to think about it. Bendu Bodhisattva spread his monk robes, and another Vajra boy appeared to save Hui. This was the reason why he didn't send out the 4 King Kong warriors to hunt down the swordsman. The swordsman orthodoxy was particularly good at putting up a desperate struggle. He had already experienced this when he killed the other yuanning swordsman in the void of space. Therefore, he had reserved some strength to deal with the retaliation of the swordsman. Sure enough, this guy took the risk of using his unfamiliarized spatial ability to instantly break free from the entanglement of the 3 Vajras and launch an attack on him. Facing such a violent storm, the Stellar Sword Light Division was even more concentrated than the 5 Elements Sword Light Division. This was the ability to save Hui. He noticed that this time, the swordsman's flying swords didn't come out from the top of his head, but from his dantian. There was no process of separating the swords at all. Instead, thousands of swords appeared out of nowhere, which surprised him a little. Once the swords appeared, they splashed out and gathered again, forming a gigantic Big Dipper light sword. Lu Xiaoyi did not use the five-element sword formation to attack at the same time because he had to keep it to fend off the three Vajra boys who were rushing at him from behind. He wanted Bodhisattva's life, but he did not want to die together with him. If he really used all his sword spirits, he might not even be able to kill Bodhisattva. He wouldn't even last a breath under the attacks of the three King Kong warriors. Moreover, Big Dipper's converged sword strike wasn't the only one. There was still the luck cutter lurking in the dark. The battle instantly reached its climax. In the first breath, Big Dipper's converged sword came down, and Bodhisattva was on the verge of collapse. He temporarily lost his ability. In the second breath, the unsullied light, the Nun Bun Bun, and the pagoda of earth wisdom swooped down crazily and collided with the five-element sword formation that Lu Xiaoyi had summoned. Because Lu Xiaoyi was distracted, the three Vajra boys rushed straight in and were within reach. In the third breath, Luck Cutter arrived. At the same time, Bodhisattva's fifth King Kong warrior appeared, summon. Luck Cutter's strength lay in its special effect on the mystic, not its power itself. At the same time, summon's function was to counter the mystic's defense. This was a Buddhist monk's summon to Buddha. When 2 against 1, both sides would suffer. He had to admit that in terms of explosiveness, experience, and foresight, Bodhisattva had hundreds of years of life. This made Lu Xiaoyi understand that the older the ginger, the spicier the ginger. Lu Xiaoyi had been planning for a long time, while Bodhisattva had adapted to the situation. The difference between the two was self-evident. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. It seemed that it was impossible to kill this Bodhisattva unscathed. But it was not that he had no other way. It was just that it was a little similar to perishing together. Bodhisattva's ability made him give up all his fantasies. Then, let's go with the most ruthless. Ruthless to others and ruthless to himself. Luck Cutter was about to arrive, and Summon was about to face off against Mystic. Bodhisattva suddenly felt that something was wrong, and a warning sign appeared in his heart. In the next instant, an invisible bird had already crashed into his sea of consciousness. Bird deity. Originally, in Lu Xiaoyi's plan, this was already the last step. He thought that under such continuous attacks, no matter who it was, Bodhisattva would have to give up. But Bodhisattva's reaction and ability were beyond his imagination. He suddenly felt that even if bird deity attacked, he did not have much confidence. So, in for a penny, in for a pound. Seeing the three Vajra boys in front of him, he did not dodge. Instead, he wrapped himself in the five-element sword formation, forming the strongest defense since he started cultivating. He was tall, and with a circle of his arms, he had already hugged the three Vajra boys in his arms. Enduring the crushing attacks and the crazy influx of Buddhist power, he plunged into the star pulp. This was the reason why he chose to fight in the inner wall of the star pulp. It was because it was convenient to risk his life. With one step, he had already entered the star pulp. In an instant, Bodhisattva, who was still fighting with bird deity in his sea of consciousness, was also brought into the star pulp. This was the result of Lu Xiaoyi's observation from the beginning of the battle until now. Although the Vajra Gourd boys were powerful, they were inseparable from Bodhisattva and could not be abandoned. Otherwise, it would not be enough to achieve the immortality of the Vajra Gourd boys. When Lu Xiaoyi lost his sword, it was because Jin Dan was not in the Space Dao realm and the sword could not follow him. But Bodhisattva was already in the Yuanying realm and was in the Space Dao realm, so it was impossible for him to lose the Vajra Gourd boys. Otherwise, Bodhisattva could pull the three Vajra Gourd boys out, but with Lu Xiaoyi desperately hugging them, he could not pull them out. Or, Bodhisattva could follow him in. This was his natal connection, so it was not up to him to decide. Therefore, when Lu Xiaoyi carried the three Vajra Gourd brothers and stepped into the star pulp, which was also the moment Bendu Bodhisattva entered the star pulp, he had no choice. Chapter 946. The feeling of being in the star pulp was completely different from being in the star shell, even though the two of them had just entered. This was a swamp. Under the shackles of providence, countless unknown substances formed a swamp. Once a person was in it, they would be uncontrollably sucked in. It was as if the depths of the star core was their true home. As long as it was something related to providence, it didn't matter if it was a living or dead thing, the outcome would be the same. Lu Xiaoyi was deeply familiar with the fundamental principles of the Star Core. He didn't resist at all when he entered, completely giving up on struggling, even though there were 3 Vajra God brothers beside him. He treated himself as a pure wisp of providence, drifting with the flow. In fact, he couldn't struggle at all because his body was almost smashed by the Vajra God brothers. He was like a broken sack. Bengdu was much stronger than him because he was almost uninjured. The only thing that was injured was the traces left behind by the Sparrow God's attack in his sea of consciousness. The moment he entered, his mind was a little muddled, and he was still thinking of commanding the Vajra God brothers to attack. With this thought, he fell even faster into the depths of the star pulp. Not only him, but also his Vajra God brothers. Bengdu immediately realized that something was wrong. The reason why he fell faster was not only because his providence was inferior to Lu Xiaoyi's, but also because of his 5 Vajra God brothers. The more he split, the more providence he would attract, and in the end, it would fall on his main body. When he realized this, Bengdu immediately kept the 5 Vajra God brothers. He knew that he couldn't use force in the star pulp, not even thinking about it. The problem was that this didn't change the fact that he was falling towards the star core. Although he was slower, he was still faster than the swordsman. It didn't matter, both of them would die. No one could save them. He glared angrily like an angry Vajra. What he didn't expect was that no matter how careful he was, he would still end up dying together with the swordsman. In the last moment of contact, he dealt with everything else perfectly. The only thing he didn't expect was the powerful and unbreakable Sparrow God's mental attack. This was a crucial attack. Although it didn't cause much damage to him, it made him lose his ability to judge for a few breaths. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come in. Even if he had to give up half of his cultivation and cut off his connection with the 3 Vajra boys, he still wouldn't enter. It was precisely because he had been absent-minded for several breaths that his body instinctively chose to follow the Vajra boy's incarnation to life and death. It was precisely because of the delay of several breaths that he did not take decisive measures to leave as soon as he entered the star pulp. Instead, he encouraged the Vajra boy to continue attacking. This was the real reason why he had fallen to such a state. Now, he had already lost the best opportunity to leave. Even if he completely emptied his mind, he would not be able to stop the initial speed of his fall. If he used his chi to resist, he would only fall faster. Not resisting, this damned initial speed. That was the speed of death that was left to him when he was absent-minded for several breaths. Staring at the swordsman, he no longer had the magnanimity, elegance, and calmness of a Buddhist monk. Instead, he was behaving like a human being. Bastard. Ignorant man. Sword dregs. Even if you can perish together with this old monk, so what? I've lived a few hundred years longer than you. Just this little bit is worth it. As a monk in my next life, I vow to kill all swordsmen in the world and clear the universe. Lu Xiaoyi laughed. He was also falling, but his speed was slightly slower. He did not dare to use his strength. Even if it was the power of fate, he still had his initial speed. This was the after-effect of bringing 3 Vajra God brothers with him. This was something that could not be avoided. Bald donkey, you trash. You've lived a few hundred years on a dog's body. If you knew it was me, why did you struggle? Couldn't you have left earlier? You just had to compete with me. Great, now your 1,000 years of cultivation has been destroyed. You can't even die happily. You'll have to meet the king of hell in endless fear. Do you regret it now? Bentu's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He had cultivated well and had a bright future ahead of him. 36 carnate great Taos were still waving at him. It was the time for a surging storm and a great opportunity. But because of a small Jin Dan, he had buried everything here. It would be a lie to say that he did not regret it. This regret could become a memory, but at that time, he was already at a loss. Under the circumstances back then, how could a peak bodhisattva be scared away by a small Jin Dan? If there is a next life, I will definitely kill you, including all your friends and family. Your sect's orthodoxy. Lu Xiaoyi was speechless. This monk was so angry that he had gone mad. That's right, who could accept failing miserably at such an easy task? All right, save your energy. If you have the time, why don't you make a final memory of your life? Think about what you did wrong to end up like this. If you had stayed in the temple to cultivate Buddhism, would you have such an ending? Why did you have to come to the core of the sea of stars to steal the fate? Do you think others don't know what you Buddhists are up to? Bentu laughed sinisterly. His state of mind had completely collapsed. Lu Xiaoyi was right about one thing. He did not cultivate Buddhism. Usually, he was fine, but when faced with a dead end, he would naturally collapse. He was far from being as indifferent as a true virtuous monk. He cursed, little thoughts. Hee. What do you know? Not to mention a lowly Jindan like you, even the perfected lords of your Daoist sect might not understand. Although I can't see it, I know that Taoism, including your sword vein, not only the small fries in Juzian, but also the truly top-notch sword vein in the universe will be destroyed in the future calamity. Only Buddhists will be the only ones in the universe. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Lu Xiaoyi's expression did not change. He could clearly see through people who were about to die. Some people would speak the truth, while others would not. For example, this bodhisattva was one whose rationality had destroyed him. What he said might be partly true, but most of it was just his own delusion. This was the psychological struggle of a person who was about to die, so why take it seriously? He was just comforting himself. From the top of his head, a white gas that was like a snake stretched out and rolled down. It was an upgraded version of yuaniying. Lu Xiaoyi grabbed it and laughed. His heavy injuries made it difficult for him to breathe, but he still laughed happily. Ha ha, bald donkey, I'll stop teasing you. Go to Yama's palace and show off your power to the little rascal. I still have to struggle in the mortal world for hundreds or thousands of years. Tell me, which of the 36 carnate great Taos should I choose? Ha ha. Bendu looked at the white gas and instinctively reached out to grab it, but how could he? His blood and chi were in reverse, and he was on the verge of going crazy. Yet, the sword dregs were still angering him. Do you know why someone saved me? Because this young master owes someone spirit stones. The most desperate rescue in the world is when a creditor rescues his debtor, because if he can't save me, no one will return his spirit stones. Ha ha. Someone scolded from above, you're about to die, but you still can't shut your stinky mouth. Below, blood mist filled the air, and a Tao disintegration phenomenon formed. Before he was dragged into the core of the planet, Bendu Bodhisattva had angered himself to death. Chapter 947. The slug pulled the foul-mouthed thing out of the star pulp and flew away, scolding as he flew. You're so useless, little ear. You angered the great Bodhisattva to death. If this gets out, you'll be the best at talking. Besides, am I the kind of person who haggles over every ounce of debt? Lu Xiaoyi said weakly, finally, I've heard some good news. What, you don't want your 1,000 spirit stones anymore? The slug said fiercely, why not? I went through so much trouble to drag you out just so you can renege on your debt. Not only that, but there'll also be interest. The two of them quickly left the star crust and the star halo. In fact, the slug was dragging Lu Xiaoyi because he couldn't fly anymore. However, the slug wouldn't fly to the nearest land because that would take time. What he and Lu Xiaoyi needed the most right now was peace. After leaving the star halo, the slug took out a flying spiritual tool that was prepared for Lu Xiaoyi. He only needed to sit cross-legged in the air. He took out several big pills from his storage ring. Those were top-grade pills specially made by the Qingwei immortal sect. They were used when fighting with monks and were essential for Taoists. He placed them beside Lu Xiaoyi, who was on the spiritual tool. One big pill for 1,000 spirit stones. Isn't this too much? Lu Xiaoyi snorted. Why don't you just rob me? I don't have any, not even one. Why don't you put it on the tab first? The slug was very dissatisfied. How can you talk to your martial uncle like that? I'm afraid that the more debts there are, the more unwilling people will be to repay them. The two of them adjusted their breathing. The slug was consolidating his realm so that he could fight. Lu Xiaoyi was a little miserable. He was beaten badly when he hugged the 3 diamond gourd babies. Now that he thought about it, he was too stupid. He only needed to hug one, why did he have to hug all 3? But now, he had to suffer 2 more beatings. For the current him, the injuries on his body were very serious, but this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was how to disperse the Buddhist power in his body. As a Daoist, if he could not completely dispel the power of Buddha, the further he went, the more dangerous it would be for him. To Lu Xiaoyi, it was already difficult for him to pass the upper realm. If the Buddhist chants and the power of Buddha came out to mess things up, what was the point of continuing? Therefore, what the slug gave him was the best pill in the Qingwei immortal sect for dispelling Buddhist energy. Now that his friend was in trouble, if he didn't deal with it properly, it might affect his upper realm cultivation. This made Slug feel very uneasy. Like Lu Xiaoyi, he didn't know how to apologize, so he could only use jokes. As for the injuries on his body, it would take about a year and a half. With Jin Dan's recovery ability, it wouldn't be difficult for him to recover. In this aspect, the Taoists were very experienced. They stayed here to do preliminary control. When the Buddhist power in Lu Xiaoyi's body was slightly relieved, Slug would directly send him back to the Carefree Travel Club. Only a great cultivator of the sect would be able to prevent this kind of injury from leaving any hidden dangers. Of the 2 of them, one was floating in the air to consolidate, and the other was healing himself in the spirit weapon. Time passed quickly. Occasionally, there would be cultivators passing by, but after noticing the yuanying aura emitted by Slug, they would stay far away. No one would come to find trouble. 10 days later, Slug, who had been observing his friend's injuries, decisively stopped his consolidation. He was very clear that Lu Xiaoyi's injuries were more important to the 2 of them now. Let's go. I'll send you home after I've consolidated. It's so troublesome. I hate to bring a sick person home. It's not convenient. Lu Xiaoyi was not pretentious. There was no need for that. The 2 of them had similar temperaments, and it was also a kind of fate for them to meet. What was there to thank? The slug controlled the spiritual weapon and flew straight to the nearest little land of black gold. Now that he was a yuanying realm perfected one, his speed was naturally different. He was very smug all the way. Of course, Lu Xiaoyi was not convinced and mocked him all the way. When they arrived at the crack in little continent Shenzhen, Lu Xiaoyi stopped his friend who was anxiously rushing in. Slug, I'm not going back to Carefree Mountain. Send me to Rust Mountain. Slug's eyes widened. He still didn't understand. There's an old Chinese doctor there. Can he cure Buddhist diseases? Don't tell me you've been beaten silly by that monk. There's not even a spiritual opportunity in that place. Do you know that it will greatly affect your body's recovery? Also, Buddhist powers are very strange. Don't be so self-righteous and think that you can solve it alone. Your flying sword is passable, but the rest are sloppy. Do you think I don't know? Do you know that you're biased? Listen to me on this matter. Only those old guys in the sect have this kind of ability. Do you have a bad relationship with the elders in Carefree Mountain? It's okay. Come back to Qingwei with me. I promise I'll find a perfected cultivator to help you. Lu Xiaoyi patted his shoulder. I know everything you said. But the reason why I want to go to Rust Mountain is not only to heal my injuries, but also because I have a feeling and want to use it to break through. My injuries and the Buddhist powers in my body can help me. Slug was speechless. You're crazy. Lu Xiaoyi retorted, don't talk about me. Aren't you also crazy for coming to the core of the Sea of Stars? The slug was left speechless. He understood that mavericks like them had a very different way of thinking from normal people. If this guy was like a normal cultivator and also followed the rules of the sect to break through under the protection of the elders, then he would find it strange. But he still had to confirm it. You're not stimulated by my success, are you? I'm very talented. Ordinary people can't compare to me. Lu Xiaoyi laughed and scolded, you're very talented. You were forced to go to the core of the planet to seek death. How shameless of you to say that. I'm not being impulsive. I've made this decision after careful consideration these days. You should support me, just like how I supported you going to the core of the planet to seek death. Slug could no longer object. In fact, he also agreed with Fang Ning in his heart. It was actually a very clever method to completely eliminate the remnants of the Buddhist powers by breaking through to the nascent soul realm. This was because the transformation of the body during the nascent soul realm was not something that could be done with the help of outsiders, even if it was a perfected cultivator. Of course, this was very dangerous. It was a type of wealth found in danger, but both of them were like this. They felt that this was normal and different from the rest. Only then could they become superior Yuaniing. Okay, I'll accompany you to Rust Mountain for a few years. It's the same for me to consolidate my strength there. Lu Xiaoyi refused. There's no need for that. I'm accompanying you to the core of the planet because it's very dangerous there. But there's not even a single cultivator in the little land of Rust Mountain. What danger can there be? I'm going to choose a spiritless environment to completely transform my body. What's the point of you going there? You're putting yourself in a desperate situation. You can do it. Haha, we're both the same. We don't take the usual path. I support you. I'll send you there and give you a coffin while I'm at it. If you can't take it, you can just lie in it. He was also a decisive person and could understand his friend's feelings. Therefore, he directly walked through the crack and went to the little land closest to Rust Mountain. Then, he flew straight to Rust Mountain and threw Lu Xiaoyi on a mountain peak. Once you support someone, don't be wishy-washy and say nonsense to affect your friend's mood. The transportation cost is 1,000 spirit stones. I'll put it on my tab. He disappeared. Chapter 948. Lu Xiaoyi returned to Rust Mountain, feeling a little sad. He didn't come to this place for a certain person. It was a beautiful misunderstanding, but it had nothing to do with cultivation. Speaking of missing, the person he missed the most was his mother. There was a period of time in that year when he really thought that his mother was still alive, and he just couldn't find the way home. It was a feeling he had not felt for many years. It was very warm because his family was waiting for him. The rusty little Lu gave him a good feeling. When the spiritual vigor filled this world, the spiritless little Lu seemed very special. The rarer something was, the more valuable it was. The reason why he had come here was because this place was devoid of spirits, and nothing else. Absolute silence, no one disturbed him. He had cultivated for 600 years and was used to being alone. He liked to be alone when he was cultivating, and he also liked to be alone when he was healing. Of course, he also needed to be alone when he was in the upper realm. He did not need the help of others because his body was his and only he knew it best. He chose the mountain peak where he stayed the last time he came here. The original appearance of the thatched cottage was almost unrecognizable. The only traces left here were the paw prints of wild beasts. Because there were no cultivators, it was impossible for mortals to climb such a place. Lu Xiaoyi re-erected the thatched cottage. It was not necessary, but it was a feeling. After everything was arranged properly, he sat cross-legged on the mountain peak and recalled his purpose of coming here. He was very sure that it was time to break through to the nascent soul realm. If it was not because his friends were all in the nascent soul realm, he had to do it. Even if the people around him went up, Lu Xiaoyi's flying sword could still beat them up. The reason why he wanted to do this was because he felt that the time was right. That was all. He did not need to settle down because he had always been settling down. He also did not need to sharpen his state of mind because he had been sharpening it for hundreds of years. His experience over the years was actually a process of training in all aspects. He only needed to wait for his cultivation. Once his cultivation reached a certain level, the opportunity would appear at any time. He took a deep breath and took out the ancient seal from the mountain gate. His body instantly entered the space of the small world. After more than 200 years of vicissitudes, under the changes of the core of the Taipu meteorite, the small world had completely changed its old form. It was no longer stacked and collapsed. Instead, it had completely stabilized. All kinds of Tao realms were also growing in a balanced manner. It was like a miniature version of a small universe. In this place, the Taiposhi meteor rock was the master, and he was the master of Taiposhi. Every day, he would observe and comprehend for several hours. He knew everything in this place like the back of his hand, from the formation of mountains to the growth of plants. Everything was in his mind. He thought about it carefully again. It wasn't perfect, but it was feasible. To swordsmen, this was a gamble. After communicating with the core of the Taipu meteor rock, they had been discussing this for a long time. Therefore, there was no surprise. This was the result of their discussion. Under Taiposhi's control, the barrier of the entire small world started to move irregularly. As a result, a relatively weak area appeared on one side of the barrier. It was very small and inconspicuous. Silently sensing the changes in the spatial barrier, the four seasons flew out. Seizing the moment when the five elements switched, he slashed at the barrier. Instantly, the space of the small world started to shake. This was the first time the small world was connected to the main space ever since it was formed. Too many things flowed in and out of the small world. The laws of heaven, the laws of space, and the laws of time were all balanced to a certain extent because of this window. A month later, the shaking stopped. The small world still maintained its independent characteristics compared to the main world. However, once this window was opened, it could no longer be closed. Because of Lu Xiaoyi and Taiposhi's deliberate actions, the small world would eventually be completely integrated into the rusty little continent with the passage of time. It would become a part of the main world and become history. This integration would take tens of thousands of years. At this time, Lu Xiaoyi was gradually becoming weaker. During this period of time, he didn't care about his own body at all. He didn't care about his blood, flesh, and veins, nor did he get rid of the influence of the Buddhist power. He was already in a state of terminal illness. Now, even if he returned to the sect, even if he had the help of a supreme cultivator, it would be impossible for him to return to his old state. In the words of a senior cultivator, his foundation had been destroyed, and there was no hope for the great Tao. At most, he could only make do with living. Because he was courting death, he missed the most precious time to recover. This was also the time that the slug had hurriedly bought for him. He didn't care. Because he didn't want to be treated at all. What he wanted was a new life. In the 200 years of interaction with Taiposhi, they both felt a trend, a change, and an epoch-making significance for the small world. That was, after 200 years of recuperation, the time was ripe for the birth of the first intelligent life in this small world. Breaking the spatial barrier of the small world, 1, was to introduce the laws of heaven of the main world so that the life born here could enjoy the bath of the heavenly Tao of the main world. 2. Taiposhi was no longer satisfied with just changing a small world. He wanted to change a bigger space, the main world. And Lu Xiaoyi just so happened to join in. He hoped that he would be the first intelligent life born in this small world, although it was a little strange. Was there any treatment cleaner, purer, and more thorough than rebirth? There was none. Therefore, he didn't want to treat it, because it was useless. In any case, he had to break it and reforge it. Since he had already reached this step, there was no turning back. The ancient spirit of Taipu happily circled above his head. It also realized that the opportunity it had been waiting for was about to arrive, so it encouraged its human friend from the side. The laws of Taiposhi's incarnation also sent an invitation to him in this space. This was the common wish of the three of them, the wish of a new life. This was the difference between Lu Xiaoyi and the slug. The slug was completely gambling, but Lu Xiaoyi was gambling with a plan and purpose under the laws of heaven. For this gamble, he had started to plan 200 years ago. His own plan was also waiting for the heavenly Tao's plan. When the change in the core of the sea of stars destroyed his body, he knew that the node of this plan had arrived. That was why he told his friend with certainty that he was going to start too. This had nothing to do with the changes in the others. Now, the basic conditions were met, at least he couldn't think of anything else to prepare. He had the laws of heaven, because he had broken the barrier of the small world. He had the laws of great Tao, because Taiposhi was his friend, and would give him the most selfless help in his rebirth. He had the ability to reforge his body, because in this space, The birth of the first intelligent life was a trend that couldn't be stopped. He had the conditions to form his nascent soul. The ancient spirit of Taipu wasn't his war spirit, but another him. He had the resources of spiritual opportunity. It wasn't the spirit stones in his storage ring, but the jade-clear spiritual opportunity that had started to overflow in the small world. What was there to hesitate about? Lu Xiaoyi shouted and activated his inner secret. He shattered everything, including his body, meridians, dantian, divine soul, sparrow palace, and even the seven-sword spirit. He only left a little bit of his true spirit behind to cater to that unstoppable new life force. Chapter 949. P.S. Please guarantee a monthly ticket, please read it. The trend was the direction of the Great Tao. It was not a Great Tao, but a consensus reached by all the carnate Great Taos when the small universe was gradually formed. It was the heavenly Tao itself. Therefore, there was no factor in this universe that could change this trend. Time flowed eternally. Change began to happen slowly. Once it began, this process was an irreversible torrent. No one could stop it. Even Lu Xiaoyi himself could only watch, feel it, because he had already given a new life to the heavenly Tao. The first thing to take shape was the divine soul. Without a soul, there was no life. This was also the first product of Lu Xiaoyi's true spirit under the guidance of the heavenly Tao. Due to its powerful spiritual power, when its true spirit expanded and fused with the power of the small universe, it was infinitely refined and condensed. When it expanded again, it had already formed a spiritual body that seemed to have substance. Lu Xiaoyi looked at his spiritual body. It could change infinitely according to his will. Caterpillars, octopuses, men, women, plants. He never thought that he would be able to see his own spiritual state one day. This was a qualitative change. It was not just a matter of the strength of the energy. It also included the foundation of more than 30 carnate great Taos in the small universe. The fusion allowed his spirit to reach the sky in a single step. At the same time, he had a preliminary understanding of more than 30 great Taos. Among them, his understanding of the 5 elements had deepened, and he was close to the essence of the great Tao. There were also many that he understood for the first time. This was a completely new beginning. It meant that when he chose the direction of the Great Tao, he would no longer have to spend so much effort to comprehend a certain Great Tao. More than 30 Great Taos had been initiated at the same time. Of course, which one to choose was a problem for the future. There were also flaws. There was no morality. There was no fate. There was no merit. He had become a person without virtue. He did not know what such a strange change meant. When the rebirth of the spirit was almost complete, the next step of the reconstruction of the body had already begun. It was as if every cell had been tainted by the Great Tao. He could do as he pleased and construct his body according to the best golden ratio of humans. This was not a physical cultivation technique, but the best physical cultivation technique in the universe. Lu Xiaoyi did not participate in the structure of his body. Instead, he allowed the Creator to arrange it. He accepted the heavenly Tao's most basic understanding of humans, just like the ancestors of humans. Luckily, it wasn't a monkey. In the course of human development, there would always be changes of this sort. There were good aspects, such as becoming stronger, smarter, and closer to the essence of Tao. There were also bad aspects, such as diseases, heredity, and imperfections. Fortunately, the heavenly axiom was a body of laws that kept pace with the times. It did not turn Lu Xiaoyi into a monster with arms that reached his knees and hair all over his body. The most important thing was the inner quality. The tightness of the muscles, the purity of the blood vessels, the toughness of the tendons, the integrity of the acupoints, the hardness of the bones. These were the perfect template of a perfect human being. Lu Xiaoyi only provided some opinions on 2 items, and they were both external opinions. He maintained his old appearance. He didn't want to become the Pan-An of the cultivation world and become a heartthrob. The other was a man's characteristic. Well, it was more obvious. This was understandable. However, This was only the beginning of a new life when the mind and body fused into one. Because next, changes would begin to occur. The 7 sword spirits had already lost their original bodies. Their original bodies had been turned into ashes by Lu Xiaoyi's determination. Now, they were only in the form of 7 sword spirits, flying around their master's sea of consciousness by themselves. Having lost their bodies, they were very hesitant. Only by being by their master's side could they feel safe. Without a real sword, how could they attack? How could they revolve the sword? How could they vibrate? How could they split? Under Lu Xiaoyi's observation and the guidance of the heavenly Tao's rules, the 7 sword spirits began to huddle together for warmth. They gathered together, and after receiving their master's encouragement, they began to fuse together, becoming each other. The 5 elements, star, fate, these mutually incompatible great Taos, together with the other great Taos that were injected by the will of the small universe, slowly reached a kind of balance between them. The balance of the origin of the universe. 2 great Taos might not be able to coexist peacefully, but if all the great Taos were gathered together, they would definitely be able to reach a balance. This was because the universe itself was a balance of countless great Taos. In this kind of change, Lu Xiaoyi had to make a choice. Should he completely become a swordsman, the type of inner sword? Or should he still insist on the path of a real sword? There were no obstacles to becoming an inner sword. If he was willing, the fusion of the 7 sword spirits could become a sword pellet. It would produce a heavenly Tao sword pellet that even the small world of the sword tomb couldn't produce. But he still liked swords. A real sword. A sword hilt, sword guard, sword ridge, sword edge, sword tip. This was the most natural, the most mortal, the most simple, the most plain, and also the closest to the essence of a great Tao. Under his will, the sword began to take shape. It no longer used the so-called top-notch 5 elements materials. Instead, it was extracted from the most basic particles in the small universe, compressed, refined, and arranged. From a certain point of view, every particle was a sword. This real sword that was formed from trillions of particles was also given a brand new meaning. It could be rolled, pellet, held, and split. He knew that in the future, he would have to consider new ways to attack with his sword. There were countless possibilities. 1 sword spirit, 1 sword. This was the choice that he and the heavenly Tao had made. There was still one last hurdle. He needed to give his sword a name, as the sword spirit was eternal. In order to commemorate the 7 little fellows, in order to show their willingness, Lu Xiaoyi carved 2 seal characters on the sword's spine near the sword's hilt, 7 ant. He understood that this sword would accompany him for the rest of his life. With it, he would never cultivate another sword spirit, no matter if it was a nascent soul or a true monarch. Even if he really became an immortal, this sword would be his one and only. It would accompany him in his growth, in his battle, and in his death. That was enough. There was still one more thing. He had the spirit, the body, and the sword spirit, but he didn't have the cultivation realm. The heavenly Tao didn't support perfection. Therefore, in his understanding of the Tao, he was left with 3 holes: morality, fate, and merit. The heavenly Tao had the same attitude towards a new life. Therefore, although humans were the overlords of the universe's cultivation world, they had to start from being mortals. Those ancient sacred beasts were born with powerful abilities, but they could only exist in single digits. They couldn't spread their bloodlines widely and multiply endlessly. If they were given strength, they would lack spirit. If they had spirit, they wouldn't have a body. If they had an unparalleled body, they would lack intelligence. If they had superior intelligence, they wouldn't have the strength to truss up a chicken, and so on. The heavenly Tao didn't want to give the first sentient life form in this small universe too much of a cultivation realm. Therefore, it was still Jin Dan. However, the moment Jin Dan appeared, it shattered and disappeared. Therefore, the heavenly Tao understood that this body was no longer something that Jin Dan's cultivation realm could withstand. Lu Xiaoyi didn't even consider how to form his nascent soul. He forced the heavenly Tao to the point where it had no choice but to send him to form his nascent soul. Opening its mouth, it happily threw itself into the heavenly Tao. Lu Xiaoyi looked up at the sky with a smile on his face, waiting for the heavenly Tao to bestow upon him. Such an upper realm was unprecedented and would never be achieved in the future. Chapter 950. The heavenly Tao's rules were slowly circulating, never changing. If this was a normal heavenly Tao's rules with a strict system without any loopholes, he would definitely not have a good ending by forcing the heavenly Tao like this. At most, he could just shatter it and recast it. How much effort would that take? However, the current heavenly Tao was no longer the heavenly Tao of the past. The collapse of the three carnate great Taos had caused a loophole to appear in this strict system that had been operating for millions of years. However, the cultivators of the lower realm could not feel the collapse of morality. Once fate was scattered, there were many monsters and monsters everywhere. Now that merit had collapsed, the loophole could no longer be concealed. A consciousness passed down. Your life includes reincarnation. In your previous life, you will no longer have the possibility of having children. Take this as a warning to the heavens. Lu Xiaoyi clasped his hands towards the sky and felt his essence, energy, and spirit tremble. They were mixed together, accompanied by a pain that seeped into his bones. This was also a small punishment from the heavenly Tao. However, the heavenly Tao was the heavenly Tao. It would not cut corners on the level of great Tao. The moment he formed his nascent soul, another consciousness of the heavenly Tao descended. What Tao is the nascent soul? In an instant, countless great Tao essences flashed through his mind. Not only were there the 5 elements and yin and yang, but there were also more than 30 other carnate great Taos and countless postnatal great Taos, except for those 3 holes. The tragedy was that he was still not prepared to choose any great Tao until now. They all seemed suitable. But none of them seemed suitable. If that was the feeling, then none of them were suitable. Nascent soul. Lu Xiaoyi made his choice. So what if it was a carnate great Tao? It was not the only one. Everyone could comprehend it, but there was one that was the only one. That was himself. The heavenly Tao did not hesitate. It seemed that in the most ancient era, there were also 4 existences who made the same choice. In the millions of years of cultivation history, there were also countless arrogant people who made the same choice. There would definitely be one in the future. His essence, energy, and spirit began to shatter, separate, and reassemble. During the entire process, those negative things, incomplete things, and malicious things were eliminated one by one. This included not only the power that the Vajra boy had penetrated into his body, but also some power in the Daoist inheritance that did not match him. Since it was the nascent soul, it was pure himself, following the great Tao, but not hanging on a certain great Tao. It was both in and outside of the great Tao. This kind of cultivation philosophy was very popular in the early days of the cultivation world of the universe. At that time, everything was not fixed, the great Tao was not fixed, and the thoughts of human beings were not fixed. There were countless possibilities, and people could imagine and try as much as they wanted. However, as the rules of the cultivation world of the universe stabilized, this became the foundation to maintain the prosperity of the cultivation world, and also the shackles that imprisoned the thoughts of the cultivation world. Lu Xiaoyi didn't think too deeply about this. He realized that no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure out where his Tao state would be after a few thousand years. In his opinion, this was not a problem that Yuanying should consider. Therefore, when it came to reaching the nascent soul Tao realm, he had an indifferent attitude. He would just muddle through this hurdle first. It had to be said that this was very irresponsible. He started gambling with this irresponsible mentality because indifference was also a kind of attitude. There were some choices that couldn't be thought of. Only when things came to a head and he was about to shit his guts would he be able to hold it back. Just like now, he was holding out a nascent soul. It wasn't that he was thinking about how to be the most powerful person in the universe, but that he was the only one that he could grasp at this stage. As for the future, couldn't he still change? It didn't say what Tao state Yuanying chose, and what Tao state he would have to choose in the future when he merged with the Tao as a half-immortal. The fusion in his dantian was slow and firm. Gradually, a 1-inch nascent soul took shape. It was another little Yi. Lu Xiaoyi couldn't accept this. Looking at the ancient records of the sects, whether it was the orthodoxy of the Five Rings or the legacy of Juzian, didn't they all describe Yuanying as an initial 3-inch nascent soul? This was the mainstream. Yuanying had initial 3-inch nascent soul, which meant that the initial stage was stable, the middle stage was 5-inch nascent soul, the late stage was 7-inch nascent soul, and the 9-inch nascent soul was complete. There didn't seem to be a single 1-inch nascent soul stage. Was it too thin and weak? He wasn't in a hurry. It hadn't completely taken shape. Maybe it still needed to develop. The nascent soul took shape and continued to deepen its meridians. Don't look at its small body, its stomach wasn't small at all. Yuanying's transformation was the stage that consumed the most spiritual opportunity in the entire new life. The transformation of the soul required the power of the true spirit and Tao state. The transformation of the body required the power of the small universe. But now, when it came to the realm, it required the supply of spiritual opportunity. Energy was the essence of everything. There was no shortcut. This was the problem of resources that cultivators relied on. Spirit stones were already insufficient at this stage. Cultivators would prepare as much high-grade spiritual opportunity as possible for themselves. The highest grade spiritual opportunity was the jade-clear spiritual opportunity. If they didn't have it, they could only use a large-scale spirit-gathering array to replace it. This was a process that purely tested the cultivator's wealth. Lu Xiaoyi was a bit of a weirdo. He had never cared about resources, but he had never lacked any. In the 200 years of the small universe, a lot of jade-clear spiritual opportunity had been produced during the formation of the small universe. Some of it had been eaten by the grand simplicity ancient spirit. There was a lot left, but he had never thought of exchanging it for anything outside. Instead, he kept it in the small universe, ready to use it at any time. Strand after strand, the belly of the 1-inch infant was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much it was filled, it would never be full. Only when the grand simplicity ancient spirit entered the infant's body did the infant start to not be like a funnel. With a foundation, it slowly began to fill up. After an unknown amount of time, the infant completely grew up. In that instant, it was as if the entire universe was in his hands, the world was in his hand. This was the initial stage of Yuanying. Back then, the slug had used this to pull him out of the star pulp. Essence, qi, and spirit were no longer separated. The entire body was one infant. With one infant in the body, the cultivator's ability had a qualitative improvement. Under normal circumstances, the cultivator would go through a painful body transformation process after forming the infant. But he didn't need to, because his body had been transformed before. Lu Xiaoyi was neither worried nor happy. He quietly observed his infant and finally understood why this fellow was only an inch long. Me, the infant, was only an inch long. It was only one, but it had unlimited potential for growth. This was the price that humans had to pay for their own Tao. If he used some kind of Tao when forming the infant, whether it was the innate Tao or the acquired Tao, it would be a 3-inch infant. The 3-inch infant needed to be consolidated because it used external forces. The 1-inch infant didn't need it because it was himself. Lu Xiaoyi stood up. His transformation had come to an end, but the rusty little Lu's transformation was still ongoing. The grand simplicity meteorite caused transformation of the surrounding environment would continue, but its energy wasn't enough to turn the world upside down. It could only influence things subtly. Perhaps after thousands of years, the most basic spiritual vigor would be born here. Who knew? No matter what, the most basic spiritual vigor was beneficial to ordinary people. It wasn't enough to cultivate, but it was enough to extend their lifespan. He felt that all the discomfort in his body had disappeared, including the Buddhist power that he couldn't avoid after coming into close contact with the Vajra boy. He sighed and murmured softly. Tao seemed emotionless, but it had feelings. Buddhism was famous, but it didn't have a name. Innate and acquired Tao didn't matter. When the core reached the end, one would become an infant. Heaven seemed fair, but it was unfair. The sword was tangible, but it was intangible. With a thought, one abandoned the great Tao and dared to command the sword to Spirited Mountain. Chapter 951. Once he reached the nascent soul stage, 10 years had already passed. Reaching the nascent soul stage did not require such a long time. In fact, most of these 10 years were spent on the reconstruction of his body. Although it felt fast, it was actually a slow and meticulous process. Waving his sleeves, he left this place that was a paradise for him. In the future, it would be difficult for him to return to this small land. When a cultivator reached the nascent soul stage, their stage would be the stars and the universe. Who would be willing to be entangled by trivial matters in the bounded domain? The Juzian upper realm was the largest bounded domain in this part of the universe, but it was not the only bounded domain. To bounded domains, just like how coastal countries had their own territorial waters, bounded domains had their own territorial airspace. They were divided into internal territorial airspace, external territorial airspace, and radiation territorial airspace. Coastal countries had these because of their fishing resources, while cultivators did this because of their spiritual opportunity. In the void of the universe, there were countless clear purple spiritual opportunity, which was also the key to the survival of Yuanian cultivators and the advancement of their cultivation. To them, the little bit of spiritual opportunity from the spiritual stones could not satisfy their needs. Of course, it was also a form of protection for their own bounded domain. They could not wait for the enemy to attack their bounded domain before they discovered it. They had to expand this area to give themselves more room to maneuver. Just like how the fishes in the coastal waters were always the first to be caught, the clear purple spiritual opportunity in the internal and external territorial airspace was also the first to be harvested. With the size of the Juzian upper realm, its huge base of cultivators, and its hundreds of thousands of years of history, the spiritual opportunity around it had long been harvested. Not even a strand of hair was left. If they wanted to reap the rewards, they had to go further, the radiation territorial airspace, or even further. To perfected cultivators, they were not even willing to move around in this part of the universe. Because of the existence of the Juzian upper realm, there were many cultivators. Even if they searched hard, they could not get a suitable reward, so they would rather go further. In this part of the universe, it was the world of the Yuaniing. They could not travel fast enough, so they could only plow through the surrounding airspace like locusts, not letting go of any clues. Especially in the recent 200 years, the number of Yuaniing had skyrocketed, making it even more crowded. Because of the benefits and resources, because of the achievements in the future, in this part of the universe, it was no longer a competition between Buddhism and Taoism, it was also a competition between Buddhism and Taoism. Unless they were from the same sect, no one could care less about each other. There were no rules. The collapse began from the void of the universe. Because of the existence of the heaven and earth chessboard, the Juzian upper realm had a long buffer time, so the defense of the airspace had not been very focused. The universe was too big, so it was impossible to guard against all aspects. Now, there were signs of the collapse of the Great Tao, so disputes and battles were commonplace from the radiation territorial airspace, which had become the new normal. The reason why they did not start fighting from the inner and outer airspace was that there was no spiritual opportunity in these airspaces, so there was no profit to be gained. Chaos was coming, and everyone was thinking for themselves. They knew that they might have caught up with the best or worst era of cultivation, so who would really care about those rules and regulations? The universe's cultivation world spent millions of years to establish such order, but it only took a few hundred years for it to collapse, which made people speechless. Outside the radiation territorial airspace of the Juzian upper realm, there were several realms in this part of the universe, but they were all mid-level cultivation celestial bodies, and their strength was not worth mentioning compared to Juzian. It was as if the fate and spiritual energy of this part of the universe were all occupied by Juzian. The whole part of the universe was the backyard of the Juzian cultivators, and they could travel freely without any restrictions. Generally, the Yuaniing perfected cultivators who came to the door would fly out of the radiation territorial airspace. In order to obtain better rewards, there were even elites who stepped out of this part of the universe. Rewards often coexisted with danger. In the void of the universe, everyone understood this principle. The further one went, the more barren the environment of the universe, the more spiritual opportunity that had not been harvested. This was not a route that one person dared to take. At least for now, it required a group of people, and they had to be elites, to dare to walk out of this part of the universe. Cultivators used this method to understand the universe while accumulating cultivation resources for themselves. It was also because of this that there were all kinds of joys and sorrows, as well as killings and betrayals. In the vast starry sky, a huge comet streaked across the sky. The comet was so big that its head had already entered another part of the universe, and its tail was still sweeping across this part of the universe. Looking at it from afar, one could still see the shape of the comet. However, if one was in it, it was just a stream of cosmic dust and small meteorites. It looked scary from afar, but it was actually not that dangerous after entering it. This part of the universe was already out of the Juzyan upper realm. In this part of the universe, the cultivators of this part of the universe would not be polite to the people of Juzyan. It was just like how a farmer would treat his neighbor who came to steal sweet potatoes from his field, or how a fisherman would treat an outsider who came to fish in his own sea area. 5 figures were shuttling back and forth in the comet's tail. This was a small team, and all of them were yuaniying. They spread out in a fan shape and searched carefully, not letting go of any suspicious abnormalities. Xia Bingji was one of them. She had been a yuaniying for more than 100 years and was now in the middle stage of the yuaniying realm. She could be considered an old yuaniying realm cultivator and had gotten rid of the embarrassment of being a newbie. Now, she was qualified to explore the void of the universe and search for spiritual opportunity. This small team was the Huangting Taoism's own team. It was led by 2 cultivators who were in the late stage of the yuaniying realm. They were very experienced and had strong combat abilities. Leading 3 other cultivators who were in the middle stage or early stage of the yuaniying realm like Xia Bingji, they formed a team to search for spiritual opportunity and explore the universe. This was the tradition of the Huangting Taoism. Unless the newly advanced yuaniying realm cultivators didn't leave Juzyan's territory, they had to be led by their senior brothers when they came out. Before the collapse of the Great Tao, an old yuaniying realm cultivator could lead 2 or 3 newbies. However, after the collapse of the Great Tao, the Huangting Taoism adjusted their arrangements. For example, their current team consisted of 2 old yuaniying realm cultivators, 2 middle-stage yuaniying realm cultivators, and 1 newbie. Such a team was enough to deal with the dangers in the ordinary universe. The Yellow Court sect had a strong foundation and was a large sect. Regardless of whether it was the inheritance or the foundation of the sect, it was incomparable to the sects in the ordinary domain. With such a team of power roaming the void, there was a great guarantee of safety. First, in the past 200 years, the surrounding senior brothers had all reached the yuaniying realm. After the collapse of the Great Tao, it was easier for the upper stage to be reflected in the large sect. This was because they didn't lack resources. What they lacked was the approval of the heavenly Tao. Now that the heavenly Tao had opened a gap, the result was naturally, she was actually one of the people who benefited from the collapse of the Great Tao. However, she believed that even if this didn't happen, she would have no problem reaching the upper stage. Every cultivator would think so, but this couldn't hide the fact that there were good and bad yuaniying realm cultivators among them. The void of the universe was a testing ground. There were no gentle and refined methods here, only life and death. Chapter 952. Danger was everywhere, but they had no other choice. Juzyan and the 9 great sects did not have a problem in terms of resources for the middle and low-level cultivators, but the problem now was with the high-level cultivators. How could there be so many yuaniying purple spirits to feed these hungry new yuaniying? Sects provided benefits for the cultivation of low and middle-level cultivators, but there was very little provision for high-level cultivators. In the universe, they were considered adults. Once their wings were strong enough, they should go out and hunt for food and not rely on others to feed them. Xia Bingji had a good master, but her master would also grow old. If she could not become a monarch, she would not have much time to protect her. She was also unwilling to accept her master's gift. Even if she could not help her master for the time being, at least she would not be a burden, right? She rejected Yin Ya's suggestion to join the Yin clan's team and chose to go with most of the ordinary Yuanying because she knew that she could not always live under the protection of others. In the past 100 years, from the inner space to the outer space, to the radiation space, and finally out of the universe, she had experienced countless battles and grew through battles. Gradually, she became a qualified Yuanying spiritual master, a cultivator who could survive independently in the universe. Now, she was no longer a newcomer who needed protection. This was also the last time she would go on a mission with the old Yuanying in the sect to bring the newcomers to search for Yuanying. After this mission was over, she would also become an old Yuanying and help the other new Yuanying. Firstly, her growth was fast enough and she had a good battle record. Secondly, there were too many newcomers appearing too quickly. There were so many that the old Yuanying could not differentiate between them. Here. An old Yuanying gave a signal and the only newcomer in the team ran over. He was responsible for gathering the Yuanying. This was also a kind of training. Of course, in the end, the distribution of Yuanying had to be done according to their work. Those who were more experienced would get more. It was not good for the old to lead the newcomers without any benefits. The 5 of them lined up in a horizontal line. This way, they could make use of their advantage in numbers to increase the range of Yuanying. They were separated by hundreds of miles. This was not a short distance in the bounded domain, but in the universe, this distance was very close. Because there was no atmosphere, the distance in the universe and the bounded domain were two different concepts. No matter if it was moving or fighting, Xia Bingji stopped and carefully searched the corners of the star explosion dust with her spiritual sense while waiting for her companions to pick it up. Spiritual vigils were very cunning. If one wasn't an experienced cultivator, it would take a lot of effort to catch them. For example, she could now easily complete 1 round of harvesting. It was a skillful job. The more she harvested, the more experience she gained. It was just like how she felt nothing after killing many people. She originally thought that the higher a cultivator went, the easier it would be for them to focus on cultivation and understanding the nature of the universe. However, she didn't expect that the number of people she killed in the universe after she became a nascent soul was more than the number of people she killed in the hundreds of years she spent in Jindan. She remembered very clearly that when she was a law enforcement cultivator in the small front courtyard, she was responsible for arresting and killing villains. She had only personally killed 2 of them. This was her record for the entire Jindan period. But now, she already had 3 Yuanying records. It was also because of this that the church gave her the qualification of an old baby in advance. She was very proud. She had earned all of this herself. In the environment of the universe, killing was very difficult. Cultivators could escape without a trace. There were too many environments they could use. In such an environment, if they wanted to be sharp, they would need to have an extremely profound talent in fighting. In comparison, it seemed that other orthodoxies would be more agile. For example, body cultivators and swordsmen. This kind of place was the most suitable for swordsmen. They could kill people with their swords and come and go without a trace. She thought of that person again. It wasn't because of love, it was just a simple memory of a friend. Moreover, the gap between these memories was getting longer and longer. She couldn't even remember when was the last time she thought of that guy. Back then, he was famous in the upper realm of Juzian. Big and Small Eyes were gone. Among the remaining 4 people, he seemed to be the only one who didn't become a nascent soul, right? She had been out for a long time this time. Dozens of years had passed. She didn't know what would happen next. If she didn't hurry, there wouldn't be much time left. It was still so difficult under the premise that the heavenly Tao had relaxed the conditions for becoming a nascent soul. This didn't conform to his status in the group of Jindan in Juzian, but in the end, it was normal. In the cultivation world, there were too many people that were shockingly talented in a certain realm and stood out from the crowd. In the end, they fell before the barrier of the upper realm in the end. It was as if all their luck had been used up. It was impossible for the heavenly Tao to always favor a certain person. The people that usually walked further were instead those people that were unknown to the public. So she'd never felt that her slightly ordinary appearance was useless. Instead, she was very satisfied with her situation. Cultivation was actually a competition of who lived longer and who walked further. What was a moment of glory worth? An urgent divine sense was transmitted over, and Xia Bingji swiftly put away her fluttering feelings. The 5 Golden Hall realm cultivators started to gather. They couldn't care less about Yu Qing who'd just found them because there was only one reason for such a warning. There was an unfamiliar cultivator approaching. Under most circumstances, a battle would occur. Because they were so far away from the universe, the possibility of encountering someone from the same sect was practically zero. In this place, they were most likely to encounter cultivators from their own universe. They would treat Huangting people as intruders and thieves. They weren't wrong to think this way. The problem was that the universe wasn't unique to any one sect. In the end, it was still a competition of whose fist was bigger. The Juxian Upper Realm was very famous in the surrounding dozens of universes. It was known as the #1 realm in the universe. It boasted, but it was indeed powerful. If the heavenly Tao hadn't collapsed, this kind of reverence might have continued. Most of the realms could only hide their slight dissatisfaction in their hearts. But now, everything was different. What had collapsed wasn't just the heavenly Tao, but also the human heart and the rules. There were 6 people who came, and they were slowly approaching. Xia Bingji was no stranger to this kind of encounter. She could feel that the other party didn't have good intentions, but because there were about the same number of people, there was nothing to be afraid of. The Juxian Upper Realm wasn't a soft-footed shrimp that would flee upon seeing an enemy. The leader, senior brother Qian, was calm and composed. Even though they were one less person, the strength of Huangting Taoism cultivators wouldn't care about the difference of one person. Old rules. 10,000 miles as a path, Orchid Court's potential. This was the preparation for a group fight. 10,000 miles sounded a little big, but the speed of cultivators in the universe couldn't be compared to in the realms. To them, 10,000 miles was only a few dozen breaths of time. This was the boundary of a group fight. They would try their best not to fly out of this boundary, or else they would lose the support of their fellow sect members. The Orchid Court's potential was a loose method of sensing each other and providing support. It was between a scattered fight and a formation. It could fully display the cooperation between each other in battle. For example, if they needed to block, disassemble, provide support, surround and kill, and escape, they would be able to receive the support of their fellow sect members at the first possible moment. Of course, it was actually the safest to set up a formation, but it was too embarrassing for a dignified Golden Hall cultivator to set up a formation without understanding the other party's background. Chapter 953. Fellow Daoist in front, tell us your name. If you don't belong to our universe, you can't steal. This is the rule. Senior brother Qian answered, this is a comet. If it doesn't belong to a certain universe, how can it belong to us? The tail of the comet is here, and the head of the comet has appeared. It's a public resource of the universe, and everyone can take it. How can you overstep your boundaries? This kind of argument was meaningless. If the cultivators wanted to argue, they could find countless reasons. The reason why they were wasting their saliva was just to test each other. The native cultivators of their universe wanted to know if these pirates had the intention to return, while the Huangting people wanted to find out how tough the other party was. This comet was considered a rich mine in the nearby airspace. There were many Yuqing and Ziqing. It was rare to come across such a place. Since they had come across it, they wouldn't let it go. The other party didn't say much. With just one sentence, everyone understood each other's intention. Next, whether they stayed or left could only be decided by their fist. The 6 nascent soul stage cultivators lunged forward and were instantly engaged in a fierce battle. There was one more native cultivator, and the Huangting people were skilled in cultivation. For the time being, there wasn't a clear winner. However, it was obvious that the Huangting people still had some strength to spare. The cultivator opposite Xia Bingji used the Yuanying beast technique. It was different from the orthodox beast taming technique. It wasn't a living beast that was raised, but an energy body that was produced by extracting the essence of the beast. The advantage was that it was more loyal and obedient, but the disadvantage was that it wasn't flexible enough and didn't have its own intelligence. Their attacks were fierce. The 2 birds and 1 beast came and went like lightning. However, the current Xia Bingji was no longer the Xia Bingji of the past. When she was in Jindan, she focused on Tao and was addicted to solving problems calmly with her wisdom. However, she became Yuanying. After entering the universe, where life and death were intertwined, her previous concept of cultivation had turned from a dream into a reality. Her spells had also become sharp and aggressive. This was the change brought to her by the environment. She had to change. Even the direction of the spell had changed from being passive to being more active and aggressive. She still had a certain advantage in terms of cultivation and spells. This was expected, but at the same time, she felt that the other party didn't have a strong desire to win. After 100 years of wandering in the universe, she was very sensitive to battles. Senior brother, the other party seems to have other plans. We must be on our guard. Senior brother Qian also felt it. He was also a decisive person, so he immediately ordered, "Everyone, gather around me." His reaction was a little slow, or rather, it didn't matter if he reacted earlier or later. From another direction of the comet, another 7 auras appeared. They were surrounded. This was a simple strategy. If 13 cultivators appeared at the same time, then the Yellow Hall cultivators would surely retreat, and in this way, it would be extremely difficult to encircle them in a chase. But if 6 cultivators appeared first, then the Yellow Hall cultivators would surely think that they could fight them, and then the remaining 7 would outflank them. Senior brother Qian made a prompt decision. They couldn't afford the losses of a bitter battle. The sect had never asked them to risk their lives in such a situation. It was meaningless. After choosing a direction, the 5 Golden Hall realm cultivators started to break out of the encirclement, but the large net had already been formed, and if they wanted to leave without suffering any harm, then they had to pay a price. In the chaos, the Golden Court Yuanying rookie was the first to suffer. This was inevitable. The best strategy in a group battle was to strike at the opponent's weakness. Moreover, the current rookie Yuanying wasn't as strong as before, and their will and natural talent were generally on the mediocre side. The Yellow Hall cultivators formed a formation and charged. This was able to maintain their unity to the greatest extent, but it also caused them to lose their flexibility. The 4 of them worked together, and at the same time that they killed one person, they lost another companion, and only then were they barely able to charge out of the enemy's encirclement. The remaining 3 couldn't fight against 12 people, so with a whistling sound, the 3 of them split up and fled. Only by fleeing separately would they have a chance to escape. Continuing to gather together was courting death. The direction that Xia Bingji chose was towards the depths of the comet, and this was a choice that she had no choice but to make. Her absolute speed in the vast void was insufficient, and if she charged out of the comet, she would surely die. She could only rely on the cover of the meteor dust within the enormous comet to still have a glimmer of hope. It wasn't that she hadn't experienced the test before, and she'd chased after others and been chased by others as well. But there had never been such a great disparity in numbers. Now, she also understood that this comet should be a trap set up by the native cultivators of this universe. It was specially designed to trap outsiders, especially the cultivators from the Juzian upper realm, otherwise, it would be impossible for so many people to gather at once. This wasn't the normal rhythm of searching for spiritual opportunity. The comet was enormous, and it was hard not to notice it when passing by. Under such circumstances, they had been gathering spiritual opportunity inside the comet for more than 10 days, and yet they hadn't met anyone else. This already explained something. People die for wealth, and birds die for food. Spiritual opportunity was an irresistible temptation to cultivators, and how many of them would really risk their lives for the sake of safety? There were 5 cultivators following behind her, which was a little too many, but this was also in line with her usual treatment. In the cultivation world, Kuan cultivators, especially outstanding ones, were always in high demand. Foundation establishment cultivators weren't hard to find, but Jindan Kuan cultivators were very rare, and beautiful Yuanying Kuan cultivators were simply like bright lanterns in the dark, attracting the attention of countless people. She was already used to it, so when she shuttled through the comet, her movements were as fast as lightning, and her strategy was also quite experienced. All kinds of illusions, deceptions, direction changes, and turns were used to perfection. If there were only 2 or 3 people behind her, she believed that she would have already escaped, but if there were 5 cultivators following closely behind, it was harder than ascending to the heaven. This was because no matter what tricks she used, her opponents could simply divide their forces to deal with her. Due to the fact that the pursuers had a way to communicate with each other, and she couldn't complete the killing in a short period of time, she would always escape from 1 or 2 people, and not long after, another 5 people would gather behind her. This was the awkwardness of not having absolute speed. If one's speed was fast, one only needed to accelerate in a straight line. Not to mention 5 people, even if 500 people were chasing after her, it would be useless. The deeper she went into the comet, the denser the meteorites were. The collisions between the meteorites were another kind of danger to the cultivators who were flying in it. Of course, with the size of the comet, even if Xia Bingji had been running in it for more than 10 days, she was still far from escaping the range of the comet's tail. She was still far from the body of comet. This was the most dangerous time Xia Bingji had been in since she entered the void of the universe, but she didn't lose her mind. She was very clear that if she wanted to completely escape, she had to find a dangerous and complicated area. She couldn't pass through the comet's tail easily like now. A few days later, she found a magnetic field of rocks. This was a phenomenon unique to the inner part of the comet. In fact, the inner part of the comet wasn't always balanced. There were always some special places where the density of meteorites was higher, just like the place she found. Hundreds of thousands of meteorites of different sizes were colliding with each other under the effect of the magnetic field, pushing forward. Meteorites were constantly being thrown out, and new meteorites were constantly being sucked in. Under normal circumstances, Yuanying at her level would deliberately avoid such an environment, but now she had no choice. She didn't even have much time to observe. There were several times when she was almost caught, and she could only rush in and leave her fate to the heavenly Tao. Chapter 954. As soon as Xia Bingji went in, the 5 cultivators behind her were in a difficult situation. After some communication, they still followed her in. However, they did not attack in a fan-shaped formation, but in a row. This way, they could avoid unnecessary risks. They could also take care of each other, and they would not be attacked separately. Kuan Xiu did not have this kind of ability. After a little entanglement, the cultivators behind would arrive. If it were another cultivator, they might not continue to chase. However, this woman was very attractive. She was the best cauldron for dual cultivation. If they caught her, they would all be able to use her. These people had been dissatisfied with the upper realm of Juzian for countless generations. Mortals hated the rich, and so did cultivators. It was just that they hid it deeper. After the rebel soldiers rushed into the county and burned and looted, there was one more thing they had to do, which was to enjoy the wives and concubines of the rich men. It was the same principle. The magnetic explosion area did not mean that they would die. There were some factors of luck, caution, judgment, and insight. If the cultivator's mind was as strong as iron and his strength was strong, he might not be affected. The key was that the magnetic explosion area was not big. It was a long spindle. If you flew along the vertical axis, you would be in danger all the time. However, if you changed your direction and flew in the cross-section, it was easy to escape. Xia Bingji could only fly along the vertical axis because she needed to be in enough danger to stop the pursuers behind her. In the magnetic explosion area, her speed was limited again. It was less than 30% of the normal space. Of course, the pursuers behind her were the same. However, their persistent pursuit also made her feel heavy pressure. She could not think of where she could run to after the magnetic explosion area was over. Flying like this, she came to the center of the magnetic explosion spindle. There was a huge yin-yang magnet with a diameter of hundreds of feet. A meteorite of this size was extremely rare in Huiwei. It was because of it that such a spindle-shaped magnetic explosion area could be formed around it. As soon as Xia Bingji got close to the meteorite, she immediately felt that she couldn't control her own body, as if she was attracted by a magnet. She quickly accelerated and crashed into the meteorite. In the face of danger, her mind was very clear. In the ancient books of Huangting Taoism, there was a description of this kind of meteorite. This kind of attraction was actually not fatal. It was just a process of being attracted and thrown out. It would be sucked in from one side, circling around the meteorite several times until it was fast enough to get rid of the attractive force, and then it would be thrown out from the other side. This was the perfect example of the attractive and repulsive characteristics of the meteorite. The only thing she had to be careful of was the danger of crashing into other meteorites when she was thrown out from the other side. She couldn't control herself here. In fact, it was the same for the pursuers behind her. In the process of being attracted and thrown out, a cultivator's personal ability couldn't play a role. Unless she gave up the circulation of her body's mana and gave up the secret of yin and yang in her body. Then she had another choice, which was to land on the meteorite. The reason why meteorite magnets could attract and repel human cultivators was because every human cultivator's body contained yin and yang. Thus, the magnetic field produced attracted and repelled forces. Of course, Xia Bingji wouldn't land. For a fugitive, stopping meant death. Naturally, her body crashed into the meteorite magnets like a stone. Then, when she was less than 10,000 feet away from the meteorite magnets, she began to circle diagonally. She felt that her speed kept increasing until it was fast enough for her to get away. As for how many circles she would circle, it depended on the strength of yin and yang in her body. This was the effect of the meteorite magnets. Any matter or creature with yin and yang attributes close to it would passively accept this process. This was also the only time when Xia Bingji had the time to observe her pursuers while she was escaping. Seeing that the fugitive had entered the effective range of the meteorite magnets, the 5 pursuers also rushed in without hesitation. They also knew the principle of the meteorite magnets. They couldn't attack when they were trapped in it because both sides couldn't help spinning fast. But what they had to guard against was that when the woman got enough acceleration to be thrown out, if they didn't get the same acceleration, they would probably lose the woman's trace. It was not dangerous. Then, they would circle together and see who got thrown out first. Who knows, maybe one of them would be left in the dust. Xia Bingji cast a forbidden spell on herself. The only use of this spell was that when her soul couldn't control her body would explode automatically. She miscalculated. Because in the rotation around the meteorite magnets, she wasn't the fastest. Even if she got in first, there must be a cultivator who was proficient in yin and yang in the enemy camp. Because of the interaction between the yin and yang energy and the meteorite magnets, they got a faster acceleration than her. In other words, when she was thrown out, there must be someone in front of her. This meant that her escape had come to an end. She couldn't struggle anymore. She didn't understand the magnetic explosion area, nor did she understand the meteorite magnet. But so what if she understood? It was only a matter of time before she was caught. This day would come. She had an epiphany. Since she could come to the void of the universe, cultivation began to become strange. It was not as beautiful as she imagined. Starry sky, friends, communication, everyone exploring the essence of the universe together. She was a little tired of it, but she had to persist because she had no other choice. It was good to end it now. Although her life wasn't stormy, it was still colorful. She had teachers, friends, stories, and men. It seemed that she didn't lack anything. She had always been lofty and aloof. She had always been a loner in her bones. On the path of cultivation, she had become more and more firm in her beliefs. Only when she recalled the time when she was a young girl who didn't care about worldly affairs was she taken advantage of. At that time, she was a little annoyed, but she didn't want to take revenge on that person. She just treated it as a punishment in her life. Later, she slowly got over it. Until now, it had become a story that she could recall. There were a lot of things, before and after she entered Tao. As she rotated around the meteorite magnets, it was like a review of her life. There were a lot of beautiful things, but there were also a lot of flaws. If she could do it again, what would she do? She would never be a slave to others. The 6 of them couldn't control themselves and rotated faster and faster around the meteorite magnets. Then, Xia Bingji seemed to see a glimmer of light in the corner of her eyes. It wasn't obvious, nor was it dazzling. It was like the most ordinary point among the stars in the universe. The light came from the meteorite magnets. Then, one of the pursuers suddenly stopped and fell down. A Tao disappearing celestial phenomenon was created. This was an inevitable phenomenon when a living creature lost its yin and yang after death. Without yin and yang, there would be no attraction or repulsion force. In surprise, Xia Bingji had already turned to the back of the meteorite magnets. She couldn't see what happened to the rest of the pursuers. She only knew that the Tao disappearing celestial phenomenon appeared one after another. Because of the position, she didn't even notice the suspicious glimmer at the beginning. When she finally turned around and saw the pursuers again, there were only 2 frightened cultivators who still couldn't control their bodies. In this short moment, they turned from wolves hunting for food to sheep being preyed on. This time, she finally saw it clearly. Another 2 glimmers flashed. After 5 Tao disappearing celestial phenomena, the magnetic explosion area finally calmed down. It was still the same. Chapter 955. Xia Bingji couldn't look at it because her speed was getting faster and faster. Even with her yuanying level vision, she couldn't see clearly what was on the meteorite. She had a feeling that she would soon reach the speed of escape and leave this strange meteorite, the dangerous magnetic explosion area, and no one would be chasing her. This was a perfect escape. The only regret was that it was a bit strange. Who was it? Or a void beast? Or some kind of power of heaven and earth? Why was she left alone? Was it a coincidence? Should she go and say hello? At least she should know the truth. Did the other party welcome her? Would she disturb them? Would there be more problems? Xia Bingji resolutely shut off her yin and yang attributes and manipulated her inner secrets to become a human without yin and yang. This was her character. She knew that she could fly freely in the sky if she left, but she still couldn't get over the hurdle in her heart. Not knowing the truth was worse than death. Even though she might not be able to help him with anything in her entire life, she should at least be allowed to say thank you. Because she lost her yin and yang, her speed began to decrease and the meteorite no longer controlled the power of her body. However, she still didn't dare to act rashly. If she used the escape technique now, she couldn't hide her yin and yang. She would return to the old way of running in circles. So she could only wait for her speed to decrease. During this process, she carefully observed the meteorite. A diameter of several thousand feet was nothing to a nascent soul cultivator, but no matter how she looked at it, she couldn't see any signs of life. She didn't believe that it was a vision of heaven and earth. How could it choose sides? There was only one explanation. The strength of this existence was far above her. Maybe it was a monarch. A high-level monarch. Her speed was decreasing, and so was her height. Xia Bingji didn't have to worry about her life, but she was curious. She found that there were really a lot of Yuqing spiritual vigor and Ziqing spiritual vigor on this meteorite. Such a number would make the 2 upper sects turn against each other, but she wasn't tempted at all. She could vaguely guess that the reason why this powerful existence stayed here was for the vigor. She wouldn't take it if it wasn't hers. When she was less than 100 feet away from the meteorite, she suddenly activated her inner secret and leaped forward. The yin and yang attractive force instantly took effect on her body, but it did not matter. She had already grasped the protrusion of the meteorite. When her feet touched the ground, there was no distance, and the yin and yang attractive force no longer existed. While walking on the meteorite, she didn't dare to fly. She was afraid that she would have to turn in circles again. Therefore, she just walked and released her soul consciousness. She tried her best to be gentle and not provoke. She was someone who had almost died once. Although she didn't care much at the time, life was precious. She didn't want to go through it again. Along the way, the The meteorite was not big. Soon, she noticed something. It came from a pothole. No wonder she couldn't see it in the air. Xia Bingji walked over lightly. What she saw was two sturdy buttocks and a mumbling lump in the middle. A person was lying on the ground with his back facing her, mumbling to a few wisps of jade pure spiritual vigor. Good baby, good baby, good baby, come to daddy's hand. Xia Bingji's eyes turned sour. She wanted to cry, but she held it back. She finally understood that there was no such thing as help in the world for no reason. If there was, then there must be someone who cared about you. It was just a coincidence. Don't just stand there. Come and help me. These little guys are too wary of me, damn it. I'm such a good person. Aren't I worthy of being close to them? Xia Bingji smiled through her tears. Since it was this guy's, she didn't feel any pressure to share some of it. In this world of cultivation, she didn't even want to accept the spiritual vigor of her closest master and refused the help of her best friend Yin Ya. However, she just wanted to share some of it with this guy without any psychological burden. When did you come out? How come I didn't know? The two of them had a big harvest on the meteorite. Xia Bingji felt relaxed. With this guy beside her, there was nothing to worry about. She didn't need to run away. This was the most competent fighter she knew. When they were in Jindan, he killed people in the same realm as he killed chickens. Now he was in Yuanying, nothing had changed. She finally believed what he said, my talent is to kill people. It was good to have such a friend in this chaotic world. 30, 40 years? I can't remember clearly. To be honest, this is the bad thing about cultivation. As you cultivate, you don't know how old you are. Lu Xiaoyi complained. Xia Bingji sighed. This meant that not long after she came to the void of the universe, this guy became a nascent soul. How could someone like him not become a nascent soul? With the collapse of the Great Tao and the emergence of all kinds of monsters, it needed someone like him who was good at stirring up trouble. Do you mind if I take some of your spiritual vigor? Xia Bingji smiled. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. It's better to come at the right time than early. Whenever I meet you guys, I'm always the one at a disadvantage. Take it, take it. Let's split it in half. Everyone is happy. Xia Bingji's smile grew. Where are those people from? What realm? Haven't you met them before? Lu Xiaoyi simply said, I don't know. I don't have the time to ask about their origins. Before? Yes, I have met some before, but I don't know if they are in cahoots. The universe is so big. How can I tell? Xia Bingji shook her head. Aren't you a little too careless in killing people? You don't even know who they are. Lu Xiaoyi was speechless. Do you know how to talk to your food while eating? This time, it was Xia Bingji's turn to be speechless. When this guy spoke now, that feeling of looking down on the world could not be suppressed. Could it be that in his eyes, other Yuanying was just a piece of rice? But she could not refute because in his hands, that was really the case. Lu Xiaoyi looked at her. This girl was getting more and more interesting, but he would not ask for anything. He knew what this girl was thinking. As a cultivator, he had to respect the choices of others, and also himself. It was not bad to have such a friend. He had been out in the universe for 35 years. Before that, he had returned to the shaking shadow realm to train for 10 years. His 1-inch nascent soul did not need to be consolidated. It was impregnable, but his sword technique system needed to be rebuilt. This was because he now had 7 Ant, an amazing flying sword. After reaching the Yuanying realm, many things became simple. With the immersion of his sword techniques for hundreds of years, he had already formed his own sword technique philosophy that was different from any other system. Yuanying level sword techniques, whether it was from the shaking shadow realm, Xiao Yarou, or Shen Yuan, could only be used as a reference for him. His foundation was his own philosophy. Just like his Yuanying, his nascent soul. Because of his nascent soul, his sword. Chapter 956. Lu Xiaoyi cultivated in the shaking shadow realm for 10 years and re-established his own swordsmanship system. Then, after reporting to Carefree Travel, He leaped out of the chi layer and arrived at the void of the universe that he dreamed of. In all of history, there was probably no other Yuaniing who was as familiar with the universe as he was. This was because he had been floating in the universe for who knew how many years. Other people entered the universe to explore the unknown, but he came to the universe to go home. Thus, other people needed a long time to familiarize themselves with the universe, including the various astronomical phenomena and the countless stars. Lu Xiaoyi, on the other hand, only deepened his understanding of the universe. Because of his celestial technique, he was like a fish returning to the water or a bird flying into the sky. Even the problem of locating oneself in the universe, which was extremely difficult for other cultivators, was easy for him. He could already sense tens of thousands of stars, just like tens of thousands of satellites, which could help him locate himself with great precision. He could locate himself, Zhuxian, and this part of the universe. Even in the complicated astronomical phenomena, he was not wrong at all. The only exception was the location of the fifth ring, which was too far away and beyond the range of his senses. When ordinary Yuaniing left the universe for the first time, they would usually make a few rounds in the inner space to familiarize themselves with everything in the universe. They would know how to find their way, how to fight, how to send messages, and how to communicate. The bolder ones would fly to the outer space, and that was all. If they went further, they would have to familiarize themselves with the universe for more than 10 years or even dozens of years. They would also have to be led by their seniors before they would go to the outer space. On Lu Xiaoyi's first trip, he directly left the universe where Zhuxian was located. He ignored Carefree Travel's warning and went alone. He disdained to team up with others. This was not arrogance, but confidence. He was just going home. Did he need to be so careful? He had gone to many places and was a little reluctant to go back. Of course, it was also for the spiritual opportunity. Due to the awkwardness of every time he went to the upper realm, he decided that this time, he would first raise his cultivation level in the Yuaniing realm and then cause trouble. The 1-inch baby was a big eater, and his small world that could produce spiritual opportunity had already merged with Little Rusty Continent. It could no longer produce spiritual opportunity, so he could only try his luck in the void of the universe like others. Others were trying their luck, but he wasn't. He could always find the place with the most abundant spiritual vigor. Many astronomical phenomena did not require him to enter and search carefully. He knew very well where these little things liked to appear and where they were suitable to grow. This was because he had once been like them, drifting alone in the universe for many years. Until they discovered this huge comet. There was also awkwardness. For example, he was now a person without virtue or luck. In the Tai Pu realm, he could easily capture the Tai Pu ancient spirit. Although he did not have much affinity with these sensitive little things, he was still above the standard. But now that he had become a nascent soul, these little fellows looked at him as if they had seen a ghost. Their most primitive spiritual intelligence guided them to automatically avoid people like him who had no virtue and no luck. Therefore, it was easy to find spiritium, but it was very troublesome to collect them. Senior sister, you didn't come out alone, did you? With all due respect, this place might be a little far for you. Xia Bingji sighed. How could that be? The 5 of us came out together and were ambushed in Huiwei. 2 of us died and 3 of us escaped. My speed was not fast enough, so I could only run in Huiwei. I don't know what happened to the other 2 senior brothers. She did not ask this fellow to help her save people. It was not that she was cruel to her fellow disciples and did not save them, but the universe was vast. She had been running for more than half a month. How could she find those 2 senior brothers? Not to mention him alone, even if there were dozens of true monarchs here, the universe was vast and there was not even a direction. Where could they find them? It was her life, she could only pray for her own fortune. Lu Xiaoyi said seriously, the universe outside the domain is getting more and more chaotic, it's better not to run around. If you don't have a place to go for the time being and are not in a hurry to return to Zhuxian, help me collect spiritium here. I guarantee that you will be able to collect more spiritium in a year than you can collect in 10 years. Ian, of course, I am also doing it for myself. It is really awkward for me to catch this thing. Xia Bingji stared at him. Is this a request? Lu Xiaoyi spread his hands. No, it's a request. Xia Bingji smiled. Although she wouldn't continue to be with this man, he was still the only man in her life. Women, even if they were in the nascent soul stage, would have a psychological advantage over their men. This was a subconscious thought, and they wouldn't admit it verbally. I will find Spiritium myself. You are so clumsy at the side that these Spiritium do not dare to come out. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. Professional things should be done by professionals. Senior sister, you collect Spiritium. I will go outside and take a look. Xia Bingji was very vigilant. What are you going to do? Lu Xiaoyi sighed. This woman, although she had been in the universe for a long time, she was still not used to the real game of the universe. Even if she thought that she was a veteran, in Lu Xiaoyi's eyes, she was still a newbie. There are two things you need to pay attention to. Like you said, there are a total of 12 cultivators surrounding you. Yes, 5 of them were killed, so there are 7 left. Whether these people can catch up with your 2 senior brothers or not, they will come back here in the end because the comet is their biggest target. Xia Bingji nodded. Yes, they will follow the comet's tail. Maybe these 5 people left some kind of mark when they were chasing me. Lu Xiaoyi continued, the comet has been moving and its speed is not slow. Moreover, I know that the comet's tail is sweeping through a powerful region in this universe. In other words, we are unknowingly approaching their nest. Senior sister, you need to pick up the Spiritium faster. 1 year. We can only safely stay in this comet for 1 year. Once the time is up, whether there is a warning sign or not, we must leave. Xia Bingji nodded silently. Although she didn't know how this guy was able to grasp the situation of the universe like the back of his hand, this guy had too many secrets and too many mysteries. She knew that he wasn't bluffing. In this aspect, this guy's reputation was very good. Are you going to sweep through the outside world? There may be a lot of them. Lu Xiaoyi laughed. Sending people to reincarnation is my profession. It has nothing to do with the number of people. You know that I am not used to being passive. The key to being able to kill these 5 people so easily was that they did not know about the meteorite magnet and did not know about my existence. It may not be the same for another group of people. The meteorite magnet is not a big secret among the many astronomical phenomena in the universe. If they really surround me, I can only run away. Xia Bingji's heart skipped a beat. The last time she heard him talk about running away was in the Sea of Clouds in the Red Hills of Juzian. The last 2 people to run away, he was still the same person who did not mean what he said. As long as this guy was here, she knew that she was safe. Chapter 957. Lu Xiaoyi used the repulsive force of the meteorite to project himself. Actually, he still had some things that he didn't tell Xia Bingji. For example, there were perfected monarchs here. Since there was so much spiritual opportunity, how could it escape the senses of the perfected monarchs? In the void of the universe, no one would talk to you about bullying the weak. Previously, they might still be putting on airs and keeping a straight face. However, once the Tao collapsed, they would immediately reveal their true colors. Killing the yuanying of one's enemy was equivalent to killing the enemy's hope, even if the hope was infinitely small. His speed was strengthened in the void of the universe. Tens of thousands of stars were pulled without any blind spots. His body's abnormal strength allowed him to display the characteristics of the sword to the extreme in the void of the universe. It was as if he could teleport endlessly. This was the biggest reason why he dared to boldly walk out of the universe. It wasn't just his sword techniques. In the void of the universe, running was the way of the king. The entire cultivation system that he had established when he was in the foundation establishment stage only showed its true power when he was in the yuanying. Thankfully, he survived and didn't die in front of the yuanying. The direction of the search was in the direction of the Hui Wei. He was very clear that these native cultivators only had one goal: to kill the people of Juzian. Their main goal was still to find spiritual opportunity. Their own cultivation was always the most important. This was the principle. Therefore, one could only follow the tail of the comet and walk in the direction where there was more spiritual opportunity. It was impossible to go in the opposite direction and walk from the middle of the comet to the tail where there was less spiritual opportunity. This was the subconscious behavior of cultivators. He only needed to guard against the cultivators who came from the Hui Wei. As for the perfected monarchs, they might not be interested in the Hui Wei's Yuqing. They might be more willing to find the Ziqing in the Hui Wei. That was what they really needed. Time passed by as the two worked together. Xia Bingji focused on gathering spiritual opportunity. Although the meteorite was small, it was densely packed with spiritual opportunity. She had her work to do. Lu Xiaoyi, on the other hand, was sweeping back and forth in the periphery. Not only did he sweep the remaining 7 people, but he also swept the other strange guests and even the people of Juzian. When you came to the void of the universe, you couldn't be merciful and think that the cultivators of Juzian should be your allies. This was very childish. If any other cultivator were to discover the rich spiritual opportunity on the meteorite, they would definitely be tempted. Rather than being forced to kill someone, it would be better to kill them directly. If he was alone, he might not have made such a cruel choice. However, if there was a woman dragging him down, he had to ensure the absolute safety of the two of them. He would not place his hopes on someone else's moral integrity. This was the difference between him and Xia Bingji. It was the difference in professionalism. He gave them a deadline of 1 year, but this was just a judgment. The situation could change at any time. 8 months later, Xia Bingji felt that someone was approaching the meteorite. The next moment, Lu Xiaoyi descended from the sky. "Senior sister, how much spiritium have you collected?" Xia Bingji threw over a storage ring. 2,100 jade purity and 180 strands of purple purity. "Your share is here." Are you leaving?" "It hasn't even been a year." Lu Xiaoyi nodded. "I'm leaving." The frequency of foreign cultivators appearing was too high. If it was just for a battle, of course, we could still fight. However, if it was for spiritual gathering, there was no need to be entangled. It seems that the location of this comet has been spread. A large number of cultivators are rushing here. The natives and the people from Juzian are among them. I hate eating with others. Let's find another place. The universe is so big. There is no need to hang on a tree. You like to eat alone. Where are we going? Are we going to the depths of the comet? Or are we leaving the comet? Xia Bingji had no objection. She was very clear about this guy's temperament. If he was alone, he would definitely stay here and fight with others. The reason why he wanted to leave now was because of her. In a battle in the universe, the advantage of having more people was great. However, the prerequisite was that they had to be able to take care of each other. If one of them was obviously weaker, 1 + 1 would be less than 1. She was finally clear about her own position. In fact, it did not matter if her combat strength was average. It was not where her interest lay. Why force it? Why not work hard on her own specialty and leave the fighting to those who were talented in it? There was nothing to be ashamed of. Being independent did not mean that she had to be independent in everything. She only needed to take care of the parts that were within her ability in the huge war chariot that was the Huangting Taoism. Lu Xiaoyi explained, "We can't stay here in the meteorite magnet. It's too inconvenient to go in and out. It's not easy for our opponents to come in. It's also troublesome for us to go out. The deeper we go into the comet, the higher the possibility of bumping into a true monarch. Well, I'm still not strong enough to fight against them. My arms and legs are so small. Let's just leave the comet and go to the universe." Xia Bingji covered her mouth and laughed. "That's good. I thought you didn't even care about true monarchs now." The two of them packed up and began to float, allowing the meteorite magnet to push them. They gradually accelerated and spun until they reached a speed where they could leave. Lu Xiaoyi naturally hugged Xia Bingji's waist. The woman did not struggle. She knew very well that Lu Xiaoyi was worried that she would not be able to control her flying posture perfectly if the two of them were thrown out by the acceleration. So, he was fully in control. It did not matter. It was not as if he had not hugged her before. After 3 rounds, they felt that their speed had reached the extreme. Then, Their bodies became light and the restraint was gone. The next moment, the two of them shot out like fragments from a star explosion. Xia Bingji only felt that there were countless meteorites in front of her. Such a speed of escape was completely beyond her imagination. If she was careless and collided with a group of meteorites, even someone as strong as Yuanying would not be spared. How to maintain speed and avoid collision while flying in a group of meteorites was a test of a cultivator's ability. She might not even pass in this aspect, but now she knew how a top student operated. Just a hair's breadth away, dancing on the tip of a knife. Countless times, she thought that she was going to collide with a meteorite, but in fact, there were countless times where she was scared but not in danger. When she began to feel that her speed was gradually slowing down, she had already left the magnetic storm area of the spindle and started to fly rapidly in the space of the comet tail. After experiencing the density of the magnetic storm area, such a dense group of meteorites in the space of the comet tail was nothing at all. Controlling the sword. For the first time, she felt the horror of a top swordsman controlling the sword. There was no way to fight. There was no way to aim. It was difficult to lock on with divine sense. Xia Bingji reminded herself that when she returned, she would have a good talk with her master about this problem. She would try to get her master's support on the relationship with Yaoying Sword Palace and Xiao Yarou Yu. She would try her best to avoid offending this guy on the level of the sec. Who would be able to survive in the universe after offending such a person? Chapter 958. P.S. I'm lying in front of the computer, trying my best to type. I can only see 2 pieces. I'm mumbling to myself. Monthly subscription, come to this old man's bowl. 10 days later, the two rushed out of the comet and disappeared into the vast universe. 5 rings, Dome Peak. Swords were coming and going. It was getting busier and busier. For hundreds of years, the sword vein was getting more and more prosperous. In fact, it wasn't just the sword vein. The entire cultivation world was thriving. The orthodox Taoists and Buddhists were even more prosperous than the sword vein. This wasn't normal. The Jindan cultivators were ushering in their best era. But for the high-level cultivators, they saw more hidden dangers. The probability of reaching the nascent soul realm had almost doubled. The reason behind this was very thought-provoking. For Shenyuan, including the 5 rings, even if the Yuanying cultivators were in a state of eruption, their demand for resources was not urgent. This was because they had been snatching for thousands of years. They flew and snatched all the way. Their resources were extremely abundant. It was as if they already knew that the end of the world was coming. Because the boundaries were not fixed, the 5 rings was always drifting. So there was always a new airspace waiting for them. It was not like Juzian, where the inner and outer airspace was empty. Their inner and outer airspace was always changing. This gave the 5 rings Yuanying a great advantage in gathering spiritual opportunity. The newcomers didn't need to fly too far to harvest spiritual opportunity. For the time being, the problem of resources was not a headache for the higher-ups of the 5 rings. What they were worried about was an unforeseen event that even they couldn't control. On this day, the Crow Peak was full of heroes and supremes. Those who stayed at the mountain gate were all here. They were all silent, as if they were waiting for something. Sun God Supremes Guandu, Qiubai, and Xingshi were at the head. Below them were a large group of people, including Inner Sword Supremes Zhizhong, Gongcheng, and Lefeng. Outer Sword Supremes Gong Yarou, Zhu Jiong, and Rui Supremes. This was very rare for the Shenyuan swordsmen, who had always been plundering and roaming the universe for a living. This was a trend. Since the collapse of merit, the Supremes began to return. It was not just the Shenyuan sword faction. The collapse of the Tao was something that all cultivators in the universe could feel, like a message to the cultivators who received it. Sword vein, Taoists, and Buddhists were all the cultivators. This was a major event that was related to the foundation of the cultivation world in the universe. Of course, it was also closely related to each orthodoxy. When the epoch changed, there would be a rise and a fall. Countless ambitious cultivators bared their fangs. For example, a top sword vein like Shenyuan, of course, they had to find the most suitable path for themselves. They could not afford to be careless. Information gathered from all directions, from the orthodox Taoists to the half-immortals. But there was one thing. There was no news from the immortal court, not even a word or a hint. It was not only the ancestors of Shenyuan who were like this, but also the ancestors of the three pure ones. This strange silence made everyone feel uncertain. They could only guess. Fortunately, the top forces of the fifth ring had deep foundations in the half-immortals level. These cultivators who were closest to the immortal court were the closest to the truth. The swordsmen were very silent. In this series of changes, the Shenyuan sword faction was once again pushed to the forefront of the storm. Because the source of the change of the Tao was with them, if the epoch changing was a curtain, then the one who pulled it open was the Shenyuan swordsman. Regardless of whether they admitted it or not, this was what everyone thought. What did this mean? It meant that during the epoch changing, the sword vein would either soar to the sky or fall forever. Therefore, although they were silent, there was an indescribable surge of power in this silence. This was a great era. The Crow ancestor had given them a chance to stand on the stage of the entire universe. How would they express themselves? The future was bright and the path was full of twists and turns. The pressure was as great as a mountain. They had already waited on Crow Peak for a whole year. None of them said anything. If the change did not appear, they would continue to wait like this. It was not only the Dome Peak. The three pure ones Langhuan Cave, the Supreme Amethyst Mountain, and Sanga's Shinyu Lake also had a large number of perfected monarchs gathering there. Suddenly, the universe became silent. This was something that only cultivators and those who were connected to the heavenly Tao could sense. Foundation establishment Jin Dan could sense it. The sharp ones could even sense it. However, they did not know why. Only grand cultivators, especially perfected monarchs, could make an accurate judgment. In the momentary silence, something shattered. It was one of the rules of the Tao. It's the Great Void. Gong Yarrow sighed. After morality, destiny, and merit, another carnate Tao shattered. It had only been a short 300 years since the fragment of merit. The Great Void was Qi, the main body of the Bayan. The nether heart returned to the Great Void. Heaven and earth had the same lifespan. 10,000 years ago, 1,000 years ago, 300 years ago. Is the collapse of the Tao accelerating? A perfected monarch murmured. Guan Du reprimanded. He had to correct some of the perfected monarch's thoughts. Otherwise, they would be confused by the collapse of the Tao and uncontrollably do some inexplicable things. It's not accelerating. It's disorder. The collapse of the Tao can't happen every few years or decades. The heavenly Tao universe cannot withstand continuous upheavals. This is the foundation. A few days ago, the unspeakable place sent a warning. It's because it's afraid that we will lose our minds because of this. In the future, the collapse of the Tao will take at least 200 to 300 years. It's the norm. Zhizhong was a little depressed. Great Void. Is there a Tao realm direction in my Shenyuan sword vein that's Great Void? Anyway, I know that there isn't an internal sword vein. Gong Yao, do you have an external sword vein? Gong Yarrow was also very depressed. There seems to be one or two, but I'm not sure. The uncertainty of the Yuanying Tao realm direction during the nascent soul stage was not due to his negligence as the pavilion master of the Soaring Heaven Pavilion. In fact, many cultivators did not have a complete grasp of their Tao realm direction during the nascent soul stage. Yuanying was only a relay station on the Tao realm, not the final destination. It's just that many cultivators would eventually fall at this relay station. The direction of the Tao realm could still be changed after the Yuanying Tao realm. Many of the perfected monarchs present had experience in this aspect. Guan Du waved his hand. No matter. Spread the news. Let everyone choose for themselves. If there's a need, they can go outside and try their luck. A perfected monarch sighed. The universe is vast. How difficult is it to find a fragment of the Tao realm? Sigh. This news was passed down from the unspeakable place. It was not only from the Shenyuan half-immortals, but also from the three pure supreme half-immortals. There was only one core. The collapse of the Xiantian Dao would cause countless fragments to scatter. Those who were able to obtain them would be able to greatly help cultivators in comprehending the direction of the Dao. It could also be said that the seeds were spreading everywhere. This was a continuation and inheritance of the Xiantian Dao. The great Dao of merit 300 years ago was like this. At that time, almost all the monks flew into the universe as long as they could fly. There were no Buddhists in the 5 rings, so the Taoists were not very interested. To the orthodox Taoists, if they obtained merit, it meant that they had to cultivate again. Moreover, it was not realistic. Without the foundation of the great Tao of merit, even if they saw a fragment of the great Tao of merit in the universe, they would be helpless and unable to fuse with it. Chapter 959. To fuse with the Tao fragments, one had to go to the void of the universe. In other words, the threshold was yuanying. This was different from the destiny of morality 10,000 years ago. Above the Qingwei heaven, there was the Deluo heaven. There were 5 Deluo golden immortals innate Taos, which were morality, destiny, 5 elements, time, and karma. It was the innate of the innate. When such innate Taos collapsed, they would not just stay in the void of the universe. Instead, they would penetrate everything and seep into the world. Even qi refinement and foundation establishment cultivators, mortals, mountains, rivers, nature, and all kinds of things could be favored by the Tao. It was the Tao of Deluo golden immortals, education without discrimination, salvation for all living beings. Morality 10,000 years ago was like this. It dispersed into the mortal world and no one knew where it ended. The destiny 1,000 years ago was the same. However, it was more direct and directly affected many people. The merit after that was no longer the Tao of Deluo golden immortals. Therefore, it stopped in the universe and did not enter the qi layer. If one wanted to pursue it, he had to go out and find it himself. It was the same for the void now. This was also the form of most of the innate Taos in the future after they collapsed. Cultivators with this Tao direction had a chance to obtain the fragments of the Tao in the universe and strengthen their own Tao state. However, there were also disadvantages. Guandu reminded, "There is one thing that I have to make clear to the perfected ones. The direction of their Tao state can actually be changed. With experience, opportunities, and understanding of the universe, they will gradually find their true direction in the long time of cultivation." Just like the crow ancestor, when he became a nascent soul, the direction of his Tao state was the 5 elements. In the end, he merged with morality. Everything is possible. However, I suspect that if a cultivator finds such a Tao fragment in the universe and fuses with it, it will be difficult for the cultivator to change the direction of his Tao in his life. Although there is not enough time to prove my idea, the Tao of heaven is full of losses. If you gain something, you will lose something. This has never changed. The perfected ones nodded. Guandu's words were very reasonable. Therefore, if a cultivator encountered such a Tao fragment, whether it was compatible or not, it would be a test of their Tao heart. Some true monarchs thought even further and Zhu Jiong said, "Is there a possibility that after a cultivator fuses with the fragments, he can continue walking until the end of the era when he truly fuses with the innate Tao? Then, will he still be him? Or is it another form of rebirth of the previous great Tao master?" This was a heavy question, so heavy that even true monarchs like them didn't dare to think about it. What level was a carnate Tao Lord at? The difference between them and the other party was like heaven and earth. There was at least a difference of 6 or 7 realms. If the carnate great Tao collapsed, what about the golden immortals who were the Tao Lords? Was it really dead? Or had he transformed into a myriad of fragments of the great Tao and was ready to make a comeback at any moment? Start over after the change of the era? Countless seeds were scattered throughout the universe, and there was bound to be one that would blossom and bear fruit. Then, was this a way for innate Tao masters to avoid the calamity of the epoch change? No one would remind them of these things. However, Supremes were no longer ignorant rookies in the cultivation world who didn't know the dangers of cultivation. They were familiar with the traps in the cultivation world. To some extent, they could do some unimaginable things. There was no reason that those with the highest status in the world couldn't do it. Who would be willing to cultivate to become someone else in the end? Daoist Xingxia, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. He had just returned from the deep space of the universe and had his own unique view of everything that had happened. Cultivators can't not try because of fear. Danger is the motivation for cultivators to move forward. Sticking to the rules will never lead to success. From the moment you step onto the path of Tao, danger is everywhere. What if you encounter a fortuitous encounter? What if it's a trap? Will there be repercussions after fusing with a spiritual object? What if you're controlled? Will there be a secret door in the cultivation technique that the higher-ups of the sect use? Wait, there's no such thing as safety in cultivation. Being afraid of becoming the incarnation of a carnate Tao master after Tao integration is just groundless fear. You have to know that even if someone has the possibility of becoming a carnate Tao master, in the process of becoming stronger, they'll be an extremely important help to Shenyuan. Moreover, most people won't be able to reach that step at all. Even if they reach that step, a Shenyuan that's entrusted by a carnate Tao master is still much better than the 3 pure ones and the supreme ones, right? Therefore, there's no point in thinking about this question. If you want to merge, then merge. Then, try to go down and see when you reach that step. Guandu nodded. Senior brother Xingxia is right. Don't think about what kind of trap the carnate Tao master has set for the lower realm cultivators. If he wants to trap you, you won't be able to escape. Therefore, the most important thing is to take all the benefits first and then think about other things later. The 3 pure ones are disdainful of Tao fragments and even spread rumors that this might be a backdoor left behind after the carnate Tao master collapsed. A conspiracy. Actually, it's just to make others suspicious so that they can take it for themselves. Therefore, don't worry about others. If you feel that this Tao is fated with you, then go and pursue it. I actually hope that in the future, when the epoch changes, there will be a dozen or so Tao masters from Shenyuan among the 36 carnate Taos, even if you won't be you at that time. True Lord Qiubai laughed. A dozen or so. Senior brother, you really dare to dream. Don't look at how our 5-ring Tao master is full of talents. When the time comes, even one of them will be a great fortune. The universe's myriad realms aren't just empty words. There are many realms that don't think that the 5-ring Tao master is that far away. The 3 young gods set the tone as they chatted. This was also the style of Shenyuan. Is it suitable for me? I'll swallow it and digest it first. If I really can't do it, I'll drag it out. This is the typical logic of bandits. If the Tao collapses, then I must fight for it. This is the right way to cultivate. A true lord passed down this message to the countless Yuaniing swordsmen who were waiting at the dome. Then, after dragging it out, a few swordsmen weakly flew out of the dome and ascended into the void. Qiubai sighed, so we were talking for nothing. There are only a few of them. I'm afraid there's a higher chance of them going out to search for the Tao master. The great Tao of the great void is really not fated with our sword vein. It's no wonder. If it was the Tao of slaughter and destruction, the 5 elements, yin and yang, look, the dome would probably be empty. The 3 of them were still very gratified. Although they couldn't stop the Yuaniing from going into the void to try for the great void fragment, the disciples were able to remain calm in front of the great Tao. This was a sign of their firm state of mind. For example, none of the true lords present were willing to go out and try their luck. This was because they didn't think that this was their luck. Between greed and perseverance, cultivators had to make a choice. These true lords all chose to follow their hearts without exception. They didn't chase after the great Tao that collapse. This was the reason why the Shenyuan sword faction stood tall in the cultivation world. Chapter 960. Lu Xiaoyi traveled through the universe with Xia Bingji. They didn't go far away from Juzian, but circled around Juzian with an extremely large radius. This radius was even out of that part of the universe. He wasn't arrogant enough to think that he could travel freely in the universe. If he went too far, it would be very troublesome to go back. In the universe, there wasn't only one celestial phenomenon. There were countless celestial phenomena and countless opportunities. As long as you were willing to take the risk, you could always find a place where spiritual opportunity grew. The two worked hard in the universe for a full 10 years and reaped countless rewards. During this period, they killed people and were hunted down by others. The spiritual opportunity in the storage ring gradually swelled up. For Lu Xiaoyi, when he first reached Yuanying, his 1-inch nascent soul could only swallow a wisp of jade-clear spiritual opportunity every 10 days. Now, it was swallowing a wisp of jade-clear spiritual opportunity every day, just like Xia Bingji's nascent soul. However, Xia Bingji was now a 5-inch nascent soul, which could be considered as a mid-stage Yuanying. He, on the other hand, was still a little short of a 3-inch nascent soul. This was the consequence of being a nascent soul. Without the support of the Tao realm, there would always be a lack of support. He had already worked very hard in his cultivation. His cultivation talent was already terrible to begin with, and he found himself an even more troublesome 1-inch nascent soul. The jade bottles are almost used up. I didn't expect to have such a big harvest this time. It's enough for me to use for a few decades. Xia Bingji's tone was filled with joy, but Lu Xiaoyi could hear the hidden meaning in her words. She wanted to go back. He had been out for nearly 40 years, and Xia Bingji had been out for even longer, a full 60 years. Although the universe was the home of cultivators, humans would never forget the feeling of being down to earth. Cultivation required balance and couldn't be so tense all the time. Just like jade-clear spiritual opportunity, one couldn't eat every day without eating. One had to eat on an empty stomach. It's time. After we finish searching this planet, I estimate that it won't take more than 10 days for us to return. Lu Xiaoyi made a decision. Xia Bingji looked at him suspiciously. If you don't cause any trouble, will you go back like this? Lu Xiaoyi was very innocent. Senior sister, from the bottom of my heart, I love peace. He hoped that the universe would be harmonious and mankind would be in good health. Killing people is self-defense. I had no choice. In the last few days, Xia Bingji obviously became lively again, which made Lu Xiaoyi sigh in his heart. This was the root of every human being. No matter how far away they were, how long they had been away, no matter how high their cultivation was, no matter how tempting the rewards were, when they heard that they were going home, they would always unconsciously reveal their emotions. He did not have such a feeling. It was as if he could float in the void and become one with the universe. Come quickly. What is this? Xia Bingji's spiritual awareness came over. Lu Xiaoyi slowly walked over. Of course, he knew that it couldn't be an intruder. It could only be that she had found something new. An illusory object was wandering in a valley. Due to the special structure of the valley's walls, the object had been struggling to come out after entering, but it was still persevering. It was a mass of energy, and after careful examination, the two of them determined that it was not a psionic spark. They had never heard of any other psionic spark in the universe besides the jade purity and purple purity. The energy body was very weak, but its life force was very strong. Even if it collided back and forth in the valley countless times, it did not show any signs of exhaustion. What a strange thing. I found it as soon as I entered the valley, and there were always a few strands of psionic spark chasing after it. I couldn't chase them away, and I couldn't pick them up either. They seemed to be more willing to follow this strange thing. Xia Bingji described her discovery. I have an idea. Could this thing be the fragment of the great path that collapsed a few years ago? Lu Xiaoyi observed for a moment and sighed. You guessed right. You shouldn't have called me, because the next scene should be two people turning against each other because of the fragment of the great path and fighting. The vicious swordsman snatched the treasure and the psionic spark, and then killed. Xia Bingji glared at him. Be serious. I feel that this thing is Great Void. Am I right? Lu Xiaoyi nodded, looking unfathomable. Xia Bingji suddenly reacted. You didn't see anything, did you? Are you waiting for me to explain it to you? Lu Xiaoyi was a little embarrassed. Everyone has their own specializations. I'm really having a headache with those roundabout Taoism. Taishu has never come into contact with it before, so he might be able to recognize it after some time. Why bother? Don't I have you? A few years ago, when the two were searching for psionic spark in the void, they had a premonition. This was not the first time. 300 years ago, when the merit collapsed, they felt uneasy. That was the great path of Buddhism. This time, both of them had become nascent souls, and the feeling was stronger. On the day of the collapse, there was the impact of the great path shattering. However, both of them did not cultivate in the direction of great void, so it was difficult to determine which one was collapsing. It was not like the time in the 10,000 Buddha continent where there was a perfected cultivator to remind them. The collapse of the great path was not something that every cultivator could accurately grasp. Foundation establishment cultivators might feel that something was wrong, but it would pass in the blink of an eye. Jin Dan would feel uneasy for a period of time, but they did not know why. Yuanying's feeling was very strong, but unless their Tao state was in the direction of great void, it would be difficult to determine which one was collapsing from the changes in the heavenly Tao. They only knew that it was a certain Tao that belonged to Taoism, the universe. No one could investigate it, so they could only put it aside. Until she saw this energy body with Tao intent, Xia Bingji guessed that it was the great path of great void that was collapsing. Great void did not belong to the 5 manifestations of the heavens, but it was widely used in Taoism. The 7 major Daoist sects of Zhuxian had dabbled in it. Unfortunately, Xia Bingji was not interested in it. My Tao state is in the direction of creation. I don't want to change it now. I can't keep it. Ears, why don't you try? Lu Xiaoyi shook his head. Do you think it's appropriate for someone like me who plays with swords to do this? In front of an opponent, once my flying sword comes out, great void is coming. Things that may be precious to others are useless in the eyes of the two of them, Lu Xiaoyi suggested. Can't you find something to put it away? Then bring it back to exchange for a spiritual tablet. Xia Bingji was speechless. I've heard of things like selling resources, skills, pills, and artifacts, but I've never heard of selling Taos. Can Taos be bought and sold based on weight? If a cultivator wants to take it away, he can only fuse it with his soul. It stays in the cultivator's sea of consciousness and completely fuses into one, becoming the cultivator's own thing and his own understanding. Do you think it's useless and can be taken away by putting it in a bottle? However, Lu Xiaoyi felt that it was a waste of natural resources. He did not know how many great Tao fragments like this would collapse, but he imagined that the number of immortal heavenly Tao fragments that would fall into a realm like fate was in the single digits. Great void could not possibly have more, right? It was very precious and should not be wasted. This was Lu Xiaoyi's good habit. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.